double by Andre Ethier, and the first pitch to Victorino is in for a call strike. Shane Victorino hitting .300, 4 homers and 27 RBIs, a switch hitter. Appeared in the first 51 games before being sidelined the last 2, and hits a fly ball deep to right field. Ethier back on the track, makes the one-handed grab for the first out. And here is today's sprint pitcher profile for Hiroki Kuroda.
Well, for him to be successful, he's got to control the fastball. I say that he's got to be around the plate, doesn't want to have the pitch count elevated, and this is only his second start. The 6+ means give the Dodger ball club more than 6 innings. The starters have gone historically about 5 innings, and that becomes taxing on the bullpen. Give the bullpen a break today.
Here's Jason Worth batting second for only the second time this year. And the first pitch missing inside, ball 1. Worth with 8 homers and 28 runs batted in. And what is really an eye-opener is the fact that he has 10 stolen bases. The 1-0 in for the strike, 1-1.
Well, you mentioned the 10 stolen bases. Remember, he had 4 against this Dodger ball club in Philadelphia early this year. In fact, stole second, third, and home 1 time on the bases.
And goes after the sweeping breaking ball. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jason Worth. This is a solid power pack lineup that Hiroki Kuroda has to face today. Making his 4th start against the Phillies in his career. 2 in the regular season and 1 in postseason. And the pitch just misses outside. And the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Victorino will be as 1 out, followed by Worth and Utley on deck for the Phillies, and a called strike on the inside corner, and Worth goes down looking. 2 down. Let's take a look now at the Dodgers defensively. Juan Pierre, Matt Kemp, and Andre Ethier man the outfield. Mark Loretta will make the start at third base today. Juan Castro at shortstop. Hudson at second, Loney at first, and the battery will be, of course, Kuroda and Russell Martin. So here's Chase Utley, who has a 10-game hitting streak, batting .302 with 38 runs batted in. Ball 1 to Utley, who is 2 for 6 against Kuroda. And sparse going for the Phillies because the rest of the roster is a combined 2 of 26 against the 34-year-old veteran righty. On the corner for the strike, 1-1.
Well, Kuroda has really had his way with this Philadelphia ball club, but Chase Utley, there aren't many pitchers that are going to have success against Chase Utley. You see Kuroda there. And, you know, he's going to be important as far as what he can add to this starting staff.
2 balls and a strike to Utley.
You know, the Dodgers, with Kuroda coming back, you know, they're in a position right now where they're 8 games up. They've done it without their opening day starter, basically, with Kuroda. Manny Ramirez, their best hitter, on suspension. You've got to be excited if you're a Dodger fan.
And a fly ball hit out to center field. Matt Kemp has some room and makes the catch. A 1-2-3 inning for Kuroda. So the Phillies are out in order, and the Dodgers coming up in the first. you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Juan Pierre, and what a great performance he's shown. Orlando Hudson hitting second. Andre Ethier, last night's hero, batting third. Russell Martin behind the plate is cleanup. James Loney will be batting fifth. Matt Kemp sixth. Mark Loretta will bat seventh. At third base, Juan Castro's at shortstop. Kuroda, of course, the pitcher. And Pierre takes a fastball for a strike. So Juan Pierre, this is the 29th game that he has started since Manny Ramirez began his suspension, and hits a one-hopper to Ryan Howard, makes the play unassisted for the first out. Joe Blanton on the mound, and coming in now with a 4-3 record. He has won his last 3 starts, and the Phillies have won the last 4 games that he has pitched.
Yeah, he's done a good job, and he's somebody that, with Brett Myers going down, is really going to have to step into things. Now, you look at, for him to be successful, as we look at the sprint pitcher profile, he's got that disappearing fastball, not from a velocity standpoint, but from a movement standpoint, much like Aaron Harang. He's got to get the curveball over so he can work his other off-speed pitches, the slider and changeup.
Orlando Hudson takes a strike. Hudson is in a bit of a dry spell, hitless in his last 10 at-bats over the last 3 games. And 3 for 27 in his last 8. So Hudson looking to get it going again, and obviously a great free agent acquisition, hitting .318 overall on the year.
Well, he finally got a night off the other day, and as you mentioned, I mean, he's been an Iron Man, playing every day.
And again, Howard makes the play unassisted. 2 ground balls to the Phillies' first sacker, 2 down.
Shoot, we're one ground ball away to first base of tying a major league record, I'm sure, right? 3 ground balls in 1 inning to Ryan Howard.
How many people have established that record? That's the question. And we have our crack research department looking into it as we speak. Here's Andre Ethier, and a great hand for Ethier, whose walk-off 2-run double last night capped a great Dodger rally. It looked like the Phillies were going to nail this one away. Jamie Moyer giving up 1 hit in 5 innings. Phillies missing a lot of opportunities, but the Dodgers, and that's what they do. They scrap and they grind, and they find a way to win. And Ethier, one of the factors in that, and the count 1-0 to him.
Well, obviously that hit big because it won the game for the Dodgers. Probably more important mentally for Andre Ethier. He's had some struggles since Manny's been out.
Call strike, 1 ball and 1 strike, and Ethier, who was 4 for 8 against Joe Blanton, including a home run. And a world of confidence. Last night's clutch double will do for the Dodger right fielder, and the pitch taken for ball 2-1.
Well, you know, forget confidence. It allows you to go to sleep at night and get a good night's sleep, because as I said, since Manny's been gone, Andre Ethier's really struggled, and mentally that becomes taxing.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
And as it becomes taxing mentally, then it impacts you physically, and it becomes like a snowball. And then you start to believe, you know, maybe I'm not a good hitter without Manny. And the reality is he's one of the best young hitters in the game. But this game will test you from a mental standpoint and your confidence, and he needs to regain it.
Fouled on the screen, so Andre Ethier is staying alive. And what Joe Torre had done when Manny Ramirez was in the lineup is that he would alternate the hitters that were behind Manny. Ethier would be one of them. Sometimes it would be Loney. It would depend. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning. And staying alive at the plate, Mike Winters is the home plate umpire. Tony Randazzo is at first, Chris Guccione at second, and Todd Titchener at third base. And there they are, the umpires working today's game. So the Dodgers winning last night 4-3 after a brilliant complete game shutout by Cole Hamels on Thursday, winning 3-0. And Ethier strikes out. 1-2-3 inning for Blanton. 0-0 after 1. Beers is sponsored by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. By Sprint. Get more done with Nextel Direct Connect. Only on the Now Network. And by Craftsman. Trust in your hands. Here's Ryan Howard. Tied for fourth with 16 home runs. And fourth in the National League with 46 runs batted in. And in his last 11 games has hit 6 out of the park. Has knocked in 15. And takes ball 1. It'll be Howard, Ibanez, and Phillies.
How about this, Dick? The shift right now on Ryan Howard, which isn't unprecedented, but the second base player right now, Mark Loretta, he's the third baseman. The third baseman has shifted over to the other side of second base. The shortstop, Juan Castro, he stays in his normal position. We don't see that often. Just seems like guys kind of rotate clockwise.
1-0 pitch, and Howard, who's good opposite field power, this one way short, and Juan Pierre coming over to make the catch in left center field. So you very rarely see infielders shift during an inning, but they did there. But Howard is retired as Kuroda gets him on a fly ball, and that will bring up Raul Ibanez. And Ibanez has been the story. Pat Burrell, of course, going on to the Tampa Bay Rays, and Ibanez coming up big for the Phillies.
Well, he really has, and this is a guy that, played in anonymity in Seattle. Huge ballpark, tough to hit. He's come to Philadelphia, and I think he's opened up the nation's eyes with what he's done.
And a professional, to use that term, goes about his business, takes outside for ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. 14th year in the big leagues for Ibanez, and off to the best start of his career. 2-0 pitch, and popped out of play. In fact, in the month of May, hit 10 homers and drove in 29 runs. Well, a lot of news coming up in baseball as you take a look at Ibanez. Nice going, they call him. And that is the story of Tom Glavin, who was rapidly released by the Atlanta Braves. Glavin wasn't very happy about it. And that was a sudden thing here as a pop fly hit out to left field. Pierre coming over and makes the catch for out number 2. What about it, Ken Rosenthal?
Dick, this situation is turning ugly. Glavin is considering filing a grievance against the Braves. His agent, along with a labor attorney and the players union, have already been in discussion about such a possibility. Glavin's claim would be that the Braves released him for financial reasons. He would have gotten $1 million bonus when he was activated. The Braves, of course, have said that he was released for performance reasons. Now, players rarely win these kinds of grievances, but Glavin might simply decide to fight on principle.
Certainly a shock, Ken. And I think John Sherholtz has said that they have been kind of abrupt the way the Braves had handled it. But we'll see. Here is Pedro Feliz, takes the strike, and it's 1-1. Feliz bobbled a ground ball last night that would have been the last out of the game to preserve a Phillies win. Instead, gave the Dodgers life. And Ethier ended it with a double and a high bounce and a quick toss from Castro over to first base. Fancy, but it's a 1-2-3 inning for Kuroda. No score, middle of the second. By Budweiser American Ale. Discover the robust flavor of Budweiser American Ale.
Well, how about that ball that Pedro Feliz hit? It hits right on the lip. Juan Castro stays down. It bounces up. Much easier to go up. He grabs the ball, completes the play. Nice job by Juan Castro.
And Russell Martin offers it the first pitch and fouls it off for strike one from Joe Blanton. Martin hitting .257, still without a home run. And in his last 4 games, 1 for 14, so he's looking to snap out of it. And takes a fastball for strike 2. So Blanton is ahead of Martin. No balls, 2 strikes. Dodgers with the best record in the big leagues at 19 games over 500. And the Phillies 4 games behind them, still with the second best record in baseball. And there's a breaking ball in for strike 3. Martin goes down. So 1 out, second straight strikeout for Blanton. Well, this season, fans can use Twitter to stay connected to Fox Baseball. Followers will receive alerts to original video and columns posted at foxsports.com. Backstage photos, insides from Fox's MLB announcers as we tweet throughout the week. Follow us at twitter.com/MLB on Fox.
You tweeted today a little bit.
Well, you know, it's there may be some information that needs to get out. Fastball to James Loney is in for a strike, and Blanton going right at the Dodger hitters early on. Loney with 42 runs batted in leads the Dodgers in runs knocked in, tied for 6th in the league. That pitch just down low, 1-1. Couple of things you may not have known about James Loney. 1-1 out of play, 1-2.
But you know, when he was drafted, there were a lot of organizations that thought very highly of him as a pitcher, much like John Olerud many years ago. The Dodgers said, hey, we like the way he can swing the bat and play first base. He's done a nice job in his brief tenure here so far.
Here's the 1-1 pitch from Blanton that's out of play. And we mentioned that Loney has only 2 home runs this year. Oddly enough, both came against the Phillies in the Dodger 2 wins in May off of Cole Hamels and Jamie Moyer. 2 tough lefties. And that has amounted to James Loney's home run total. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Just missing, and it's 2-2.
Well, he's a guy that obviously, from an ego standpoint, you'd like to hit a few more home runs, but he's been very productive. Very similar to a Mark Grace. You see Joe Torre, and you know, he's preached, look, I just want guys going up there having good at-bats. Don't try to hit the home run.
2-2 pitch in the air and starting back and then coming in, and it's going to drop. Shane Victorino started back at the crack of the bat and then came in too late. And Utley went out as well, and Loney is on with a 1-out single here in the second inning.
But you talk about Victorino scooting back. What outfielders will try to read is the swing. And it looks like he takes a healthy cut, but it's tough to decipher where does the ball hit on that bat. Gets jammed, doesn't drive the ball up. By the time Victorino recognizes it, it's too late. Loney on first base.
And it brings up Matt Kemp, who extended his hitting streak to 10 last night, hitting .313. 30 runs batted in. Solid all-round year to go along with his 6 home runs. So the runner at first is Loney, and the first pitch is ball 1 from Blanton.
Well, Kemp just a flat out a great athlete. He has not realized his potential, still very young, but is climbing that ladder to superstardom.
Pitch is up high, 2-0. Big acquisition last year for the Phillies. Came over in a trade for 3 players in July from the Oakland A's and was 6-0 for the Phillies in 16 starts. And a fastball down the middle for a strike, 2-1. Phillies coming in with the best road record in the major leagues. 20 wins and only 7 losses. That is a phenomenal road record. 2-1 pitch, line to left field. Ibanez coming in, and he makes the backhanded catch, and going back to first base is Loney. Great hustle by Ibanez to rob Kemp of a base hit.
Well, we talk about the offense, but here Raul Ibanez gets a good jump, lays out for the ball, and makes a nice backhanded diving catch, and then hustles the ball in. You see Raul getting in there. And again, that's something that I don't think the Phillies even realized is not only the offense, but the defense that he plays as well.
And you're looking at the Phillies, who are the best fielding team in all of baseball. Committed only 18 errors as Mark Loretta steps in with 2 down. Loney, the runner at first base. And a slider missing outside for ball 1. And that 18th error really hurt last night when Phillies couldn't make the play that would have ended the game. But as Charlie Manuel, the Phillies manager, said, look, we just move on to the next day. These things happen. Easy to say when you had won 7 in a row. A chopper to shortstop. And Bruntlett will make the play to retire the side. 1 hit, 1 left. After 2, no score.
Commemorating a special 50th anniversary.
Presented by Sears, home of the Blue Appliance Crew. Appliance is their middle name. Dick Stockton, Eric Karros. We've heard from Ken Rosenthal. Chris Rose is here as well, and we'll be hearing from him shortly as we move to the top of the 3rd inning and the bottom 3rd of the Phillies batting order to face Hiroki Kuroda, Eric Bruntlett, Carlos Ruiz, and the pitcher Joe Blanton. Bruntlett has been up 44 times this year, hitting 159 with 4 runs batted in. And the first pitch, high, ball 1. Bruntlett came over with Brad Lidge in that trade during the offseason of 07. Played 5 years with the Astros. And a versatile performer, plays a lot of positions. And the count to him is 2-0.
Well, he was out in right field last night, and ball James Loney hit. He didn't get a good break, and then Ethier hit the ball over his head. And, offensively just hasn't been able to get going at all yet this year.
And the fastball is inside, and Kuroda falling behind 3 balls and no strikes to Bruntlett. Kuroda making his 3rd start of the year. Has pitched only 10 2/3 coming into this game. Gets that one over for a strike, 3-1.
Well, and in his last start against Arizona on Monday evening, he threw well, but he had a little hiccup in the second inning. He ended up walking 2 hitters, and that led to a couple runs.
All 4.
Yeah, here we go. We've got a walk here, and this is what the Dodgers are just a bit concerned about or watching for. You see Joe Torre. They want him to avoid that big inning where it just kind of seems like the wheels come off.
For the Dodgers, though, they've got to be very pleased with the way their bullpen has been, even the setup positions to Jonathan Broxton.
Well, the bullpen has been great. I mean, Belisario, Ramon Troncoso, those are 2 guys that a lot of people didn't expect to play a big role coming into spring training, but they've absolutely answered the bell and set the ball for Jonathan Broxton.
Carlos Ruiz, the Phillies catcher, batting 8th. He's played 30 games and looks at a strike. Hitting .303 on the year. Pitcher spot is on deck. Dodgers have won 3 of the 5 games so far between these clubs. And the series finale tomorrow. Check swing, just missed. And it's 1-1.
Now you mentioned that 300 average for Ruiz. Defensively, he was awesome down the stretch and in the postseason last year. Now he's bringing his bat to the ballpark as well.
Kuroda set for the 1-1. Breaking ball out to left field, and Pierre has the play. 1 out as Bruntlett goes back to first base. Well, Fox Sports is proud to support the Michael J. Fox Foundation for Parkinson's Research. The Michael J. Fox Foundation's goal is to drive the development of better treatments and a cure for Parkinson's. To learn more, please visit michaeljfox.org. Joe Blanton, the batter, with 1 out and 1 on, 1 for 14 this year. Has walked 3 times, has struck out 5, and Loretta playing in, looking for the bunt, and there it is, back to the mound. Kuroda looks at second, and his only play is to first. So the sacrifice moves Bruntlett to second with 2 down.
Well, and that's the right play. I mean, sometimes people get a little excited and want to make that great play to second base and get the lead runner. The risk you run, though, is you open yourself up for a big inning if you don't get that out. And early in the game, you don't want to give the game away. Play the safe way. Worry about the great plays later on in the game.
So here's Shane Victorino, who flied to right last inning. And the Phillies with a runner in scoring position with 2 down. So Jimmy Rollins sitting this one out, and he has been struggling. Phillies feel it'll do him some good. And the first pitch missing outside, ball 1. Victorino, by the way, drafted by the Dodgers back in 1999 and spent his first 4 years in the minor leagues with the Dodgers, and the Rule 5 draft, a pickup by San Diego in '02, and now wearing the red of the Phillies. Trying to work it away from Victorino. Missing again is Kuroda, 2-0.
You see Jimmy Rollins enjoying his day off, well deserved. Former MVP, one of the best shortstops in the game.
Looking to get on track, hitting .219. And 0 for 10 in this series. Again, pitching away from Victorino and falling behind 3-0 to the Phillies center fielder. Joe Torre's Dodgers trying to withstand the Phillies as Jason Worth swings the bat in the on-deck circle. 3-1 now. Victorino missing the last 2 games with what was termed a hip sprain, and after last night's game didn't think he was going to be in the lineup today. But lo and behold, here he is, and hitting leadoff. Kuroda's 3-1 offering and a breaking ball. Great backhanded play by Loney, and gets to the bag in time. Great play by James Loney for out number 2-3 as That defense coming up big for the Dodgers, robbing Victorino of extra bases. Juan Castro on the first pitch. Grounds to Pedro Feliz for the first out here in the bottom of the third inning. And Chris Rose is downstairs with one of the great Dodgers who is honored today.
That's right, Dick. A true legend in Maury Wills. 50 years ago today, you made your big league debut. What was the snapshot from that game in Milwaukee that still plays in your brain?
Well, I was just coming off of 8.5 years in the minor leagues, Chris. I joined the team with a cardboard box and some twine around it and had my spikes and little glove and underwear in there, and I was going to go out and conquer the major league scene. The first game I played, I picked the ball up. First ball that came to me, I picked it up, dropped it, picked it up, dropped it again, picked it up and threw it in the right field stands. Braves running all over the field. That was my introduction.
Let's just say it got better from there without a doubt. And obviously, look, you're a former MVP, you're a 5-time All-Star. You're probably best known for what you did on the base paths. Did you have more fun stealing bases and doing anything else in this game?
I got a lot of gratification from stealing the base because I always tried to steal a base to win a ball game, not just to rack up another stolen base. I kind of feel like everyone had a meaning to it. It was meaningful. Even if we were 5 runs ahead, it had some meaning. We might have been 7 runs ahead, it had a meaning. I had to stick it to those guys sometimes just to make them dislike me more. And the more they disliked me, the harder they tried to get me, and the harder they tried, the more they messed up.
They love you out here still at Dodger Stadium. In fact, for a break in between innings, you went out and you stole another bag. We'll credit you with number 587 on your career. I saw Joe Torre watching. When they expand the rosters in September, they might use you.
Well, I don't think Joe will do that. But he did come over and give me a hug and congratulated me. And he said, Maurice, he calls me Maurice, he said, we had a lot of fun, didn't we? I said, yes, we did, Joe.
Well, obviously well-deserving, and congratulations. Enjoy the rest of your big day out here.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, by the way, Eric Karros, he told me that you had no business being in the burner club that 1 year. Please explain what that was all about.
Wow. Well, you know, it's funny. Maury works with all the young players, the Dodger organization. And having been drafted by the Dodgers, I had the opportunity to work with Maury. It was the burner club. And you go out there early every morning, and he would pass on his knowledge with all of us.
Maurice Morning Wills from Washington, D.C.
Well, I mean, this is a guy that should be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, he revolutionized the game, brought speed and stolen bases, made that a huge part of the game. And a great reason for the Dodgers' success of the 60s.
Well, Hiroki Kuroda finally strikes out on the 9th pitch from Joe Blanton, so he did his job. And that will be out number 2 and the 3rd strikeout for Joe Blanton. But it's great to see Maury Wills, who in the first year of Dodger Stadium in 1962 stole 104 bases. As Juan Pierre comes up, a pretty good base stealer in his own right. And, the Dodgers didn't have much offense in those days. They relied on the pitching of Don Drysdale and Sandy Koufax and Willie Davis and Tommy Davis. But not an overpowering team, although Frank Howard was their power man, the big right-handed slugger. And it was Maury Wills' stolen bases that set things up for the Dodgers, and they won with it.
Well, he made things happen, and he forced the issue. And, as he was describing, he was almost an antagonist. Frustrate the other ball club, and then they would make mistakes.
1-1 pitch fouled off to the left.
And as I said, he did this at a time when the stolen base was not a real important part of any team's offense. He brought that to the major leagues, and it basically changed the way the game is played.
Maury Wills honored today by the Dodgers. So the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes, and Pierre hits a soft ground ball, and Bruntlett makes the play just in time to get Pierre, and a 1-2-3 inning for Joe Blanton. We'll have Joe Torre, the Dodgers skipper, when we come back to Dodger Stadium. Presented by Sears is sponsored by the new Kentucky Grilled Chicken. Taste the unfried side of KFC. By Cataway and by Bank of America. Show the world it's not like, it's love. Get MLB banking only from Bank of America. Check swing from Jason Worth, and the pitch is taking for a strike. Worth called out on strikes his first time at bat. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. 0-2. The only base runner against Hiroki Kuroda was a leadoff walk by Bruntlett last inning, the 3rd. Still no balls, 2 strikes to Worth, followed by Utley and Howard.
Well, Kuroda coming back to this staff is obviously only going to bolster it. Last year, at the end of the year, he was probably the most important starter, most dominant starter, and he was very effective in postseason. Had a lull in the middle of the year, but really, him coming back now, nothing but positives for this staff.
Missing on the breaking pitch, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jason Worth. Kuroda, 34 years old, pitched 11 years in Japan. This is his 2nd year with the Dodgers. And a called 3rd strike, so Worth goes down looking for the 2nd time. 1 out here in the 4th inning. What about the Dodger manager? Joe, I know you're shorthanded with a big slugger out of there for 50 games, but the grinded out philosophy that your club has done was never more apparent than it was last night.
Dick, I can't tell you. I sit here and you wonder why you don't hit, because we've scored so many runs for a good period of time, and then all of a sudden, like tonight, like today, we're empty so far. But this ball club, all of a sudden, whatever stimulates it, just gets going, and they don't quit. They play 9 innings, and that's all we can ever ask our players to do. And we play good baseball. We may not win all the games, but we play well.
One of the key reasons for the success has been the bullpen. Troncoso, Belisario. Talk a little bit about those 2 guys.
Well, I think, when you consider our closer is 6-0, and that gives you an indication that we do things late. But from the 6th to the 9th, you have Belisario, you have a youngster named Leach, Corey Wade, who was our 8th inning guy last year, and Troncoso, who really made this club as probably the last pitcher on this staff and has earned the right now to really pitch in the 8th inning and save when Broxton's not available. That's been the lifesaver for us, Eric.
Hey, Joe, thanks very much. Good luck.
Okay, guys.
Keeping an eye on the Belmont Stakes today. Joe Torre. Last time I was here, it was the Preakness. And a swing and a miss by Utley. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Utley flied out to Kemp in deep center field his first time.
Well, Utley, one of the best players in all of baseball. Not only the physical ability, the mental approach, the way he carries himself, the effort, the intensity.
1-2 pitch down low, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Joe Torre just 5 games away, victories that is, from catching Sparky Anderson, Ken Rosenthal.
Dodgers offense really has been an issue of late. And if you notice, their home runs are down and their walks are down. And those 2 things are related. When you have a team that's struggling to hit home runs, opposing staffs are not afraid to pound the strike zone on them. And that's why you've seen a slowdown here in the last 8 to 9 games. Clearly, for the first time, they are missing Manny offensively.
Again, the pitch is down low, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. But they may be missing him. But here's the team that has scored the most runs, Eric, 300. And they're getting it done in an unusual way.
Yeah, they're getting the wins, but I think the home runs, the power does become a concern when you get to the postseason, because you won't be able to piece together 5 hits against the type of pitching you will face in October.
Foul ball off to the right, and the count remains 3-2 to Utley with 1 out here in the 4th inning. Of course, you're looking at a patient Dodger team that has been able to draw walks. But, obviously, what did Earl Weaver say?
Yeah,
give me the 3-run home run. Forget about the sacrifice.
Well, and again, you get to the postseason, the pitcher makes one mistake. You've got to capitalize on that as an offense, and that's where the power, the home run, comes to play.
Here's the 3-2 to Utley. Inside ball 4, and the second walk issued by Kuroda comes with 1 out here in the 4th inning. But the fact remains that the Dodgers are 17-11, and maybe the home run power isn't there. Still have the best record in the major leagues, and Manny Ramirez will be coming back. July 3rd is the date that he would be returning. So it's not like the Dodgers went into the tank when he started his suspension.
Well, there's no question that they have played well, but you have to also look at some other things as far as, they've got 25 wins this year against the National League West. The West is not a powerful division. Are they a good team? Absolutely. Are they on the precipice of being an excellent team? They're right there. Are they the best? I don't know yet.
Ryan Howard fly to left his first time up, and a ground ball hit to Hudson. Goes to second for 1. The throw to first in time for the double play. And Castro made a great play at second to get it over in a hurry. The double play ends the 4th. 625 games of his career, he has hit 8 Grand Slam homers, 3 with the bases loaded this year alone, as Orlando Hudson leads off and takes ball 1 here in the bottom of the 4th.
Well, you see the big man right there. He's one of the few players that can actually carry a ball club. When he gets hot offensively, you can just ride his big shoulders.
Dodgers are riding Orlando Hudson's shoulders, not as big as Howard's, of course. Earlier in the year, hitting .318 coming in, fouls this at the plate, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Bounced out to Howard unassisted his first time up. And Orlando Hudson had a career high 17-game hitting streak in the month of May. 3-1 now.
Well, and remember, opening day hit for the cycle at Dodger Stadium. Andre Ethier on deck. But Hudson's been nothing less than exceptional in every facet, whether it's defense, offense. In the clubhouse, he's been great. In the community, he's been even better. And Joe Torre just rants and raves about the impact that Orlando Hudson has made on this ball club and this organization.
3-1 pitch fouled off, and the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Orlando Hudson, of course, who didn't have a chance to play in postseason with the Arizona Diamondbacks. He was injured there and looking for his first time in his career to get into postseason with the Dodgers, hopefully this year. Stays alive, and it's 3-2. Got a piece of that fastball.
Well, the amazing thing is he didn't have a job in February. I mean, he didn't have an opportunity to go anywhere, signs a deal for a little over $3 million, a 1-year deal, and it has been one of the best free agent bargains.
Lifted in the air, left center field, coming over Victorino, and makes the catch for out number 1 in one of the big battles going on in Major League Baseball. Yankees Tampa Bay. Chris Rose.
Joe Dillon in the 9th inning off of Mariano Rivera, part of a 4-spot the Rays put up in the 9th. Yanks would come back, cut it to 9-7, but Robinson Cano flies out. Nice catch there by B.J. Upton. The Rays hang on for the 9-7 win. Remember to follow your favorite out-of-market team only on DirecTV.
All right, Chris, thank you. Andre Ethier at bat, and the Rays may be starting to make headway here, Eric.
Well, they're starting to play well, and I think David Price, his consistency as a starter, they've been getting great starts from James Shields and Matt Garza. You put those 3 together and starting to swing the bats, and they will be a factor. They will be a factor in that AL East. You know, you looked at them a couple of weeks ago and you're thinking, oh man, it was just a 1-year wonder. Joe Maddon's got that team going in the right direction.
The 0-2 from Blanton misses. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ethier, who struck out his first time up. And with that win today, the Rays now 29-28, over 500 for the first time this season. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And a deep drive to right field off the bat of Ethier. Way out of here. Home run into the bleachers. Andre Ethier, last night's hero in the 9th inning, breaks the scoreless tie with his 8th home run of the year.
Well, this is just a fastball out over the plate on a 1-2 pitch, but this is what we're talking about when we need power for a ball club.
Here's Russell Martin. Fouls it off for strike 1.
I mean, Blanton makes one mistake. The Dodgers haven't been able to muster anything against him up to this point, but makes one bad pitch. Ethier deposits it into right field. That's 1 run right on the board.
Second home run Ethier has hit off of Blanton, and a call strike on the slider to Martin, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. So the Dodgers lead it 1-0. Ethier, with his 8th home run of the year, now has 34 runs batted in. And that got a rise out of the crowd. And that home run leaves him 1 behind Casey Blake for the club leadership. And the pitch is taken down 1-2.
Well, and you see he keeps his head right on it. Not trying to do too much because he's got 2 strikes. A nice, easy swing. Sometimes when you have 2 strikes, it's your best swing because all you're doing is trying to make contact.
Ground ball hit to Ryan Howard, who makes the play unassisted for out number 2. So Andre Ethier hitting third today in the lineup. And that long ball that the Dodgers have lacked to a great extent, giving them the 1-0 lead as James Loney comes to the plate.
But you saw those numbers with Andre Ethier against Joe Blanton, 5 for 10. You know, so not only are you coming off the confidence that you have from getting the game-winning hit last night, but you're facing a pitcher that you know you've had success against. Then you come out and hit a home run.
And here's Loney, who singled his first time up. Dodgers' first hit of the game. They have 2 hits right now. And there's a line drive, base hit to right field. James Loney with that nifty stroke on at first base with his second hit of the game. And that will bring Matt Kemp to the plate. He was robbed of what would have been extra bases on a great catch by Ibanez. Backhanded catch in left field. If it had gone by Ibanez, it would have been at least a double for Kemp, maybe more. 2 down, Loney the base runner. Dodgers leading 1-0. Fastball just misses inside.
Well, Matt Kemp's had an excellent year up to this point. He's done it batting in the 8th spot, the 7th spot. You know, today he's moved up because some guys are getting a rest. But for a young hitter to have that type of success hitting so far down in the lineup because there isn't a lot of protection speaks volumes of his maturity as a hitter.
And Joe Torre, realizing the kind of athletic skills that Matt Kemp has, was recruited by the University of Oklahoma to be a basketball player. And Oklahoma has had some pretty solid teams through the years. Late swing, fouled off. 1-2 to Kemp. Loney on at first with 2 down, and Joe Blanton, who had given up only 1 hit going into this 4th inning. Dodgers leading 1-0. Dodgers with the best home record in baseball, 21-7, going against the team, as we said, with the best road record at 20-7. So we'll see what gives here. 1-2 the count, and a throw to first. In fact, Eric, the Phillies' road record is better than every team's home record in baseball, with the exception of the Dodgers.
Well, and I asked Charlie Manuel yesterday, do you have any explanation? And he said, heck, if he knew, he'd bottle it up and sell it.
Here goes the runner. Got a good jump there, did Loney, and he's in with the stolen base. That's the 4th stolen base of the year for Loney, and the Dodgers have the runner in scoring position, and the count now 2-2.
Well, and I can tell you, Maury Wills is smiling right now, and the reason for that, James Loney steals bases because of his cerebral approach, not because he's going to outrun any throw or any pitch. He looks for things, he studies the pitcher, and then he takes off. You see 4 stolen bases already this year.
2-2 to Kemp. And the count now full, 3-2. So Joe Blanton laboring here in the 4th inning, as the Dodgers have taken the lead. And if Kemp can keep it going, Mark Loretta would be next to hit. Remember, Blanton has won his last 3 starts, and the Phillies have won the last 4 games. He's been on the mound, and a fastball taken, strike 3, and that will do it. That's the 4th strikeout of the game for Blanton, but the 1-out home run by Andre Ethier well out of here, giving the Dodgers the lead. Andre Ethier, and now the Phillies batting in the 5th inning. Raul Ibanez fly to left his first time up. Well, Ken Rosenthal, is it too early to chant MVP for this guy?
Dick, of course it's too early, but if we were awarding the award today, it would not go to Adrian Gonzalez or even Albert Pujols. It would go to Raul Ibanez. He's right up there in a number of statistical categories, and he has a chance to be the Phillies' 3rd different MVP in the past 4 years. He was one of the riskiest free agent signings of the winter. 3 years, $31.5 million for a guy turning 37 years old, and yet he has proven to be, Dick, one of the best.
Looks like the Phillies are looking to corner the market on MVP awards, but Ibanez really having a sparkling year. 332, 19 homers, 54 runs batted in. The 1-2 pitch to him is down low in the dirt. 2-2.
Well, you talk about all the statistics. I mean, a great guy as well. Here you see Jimmy Rollins, a former MVP. Ryan Howard also won that award. You know what's ironic is probably the best all-around player, Chase Utley, has not won the award yet. But I will bet you that he does sometime in his career.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3, and Ibanez goes down. That's the 3rd strikeout for Hiroki Kuroda. And here is today's Gillette Power Trivia question. Who has hit the longest home run in Dodger Stadium history? Pedro Feliz coming to the plate. Well, Matt Stairs, who hit not the longest, but pretty far in the NLCS last year. And it was in Game 4, and the game was tied, so couldn't come at a better time for the Phillies, who ended up winning, beating the Dodgers in 5. Feliz fouls it out of play, and the count is 1-1. Game was tied 5-5 in the 8th inning. Matt Stairs with the 2-run drive to right. Way back. And Joe Buck had him like 10 rows from the top. Phillies would hold on to win 7-5. And it gave the Phils a 3-1 lead. 1-1 pitch. Ground ball up the middle and a base hit for Feliz. A 1-out single. Didn't mean to talk over Joe's call there. It was a pretty good one. Feliz is on, and that is the first base hit of the game against Kuroda. So Feliz, the tying run, is on. Eric Bruntlett walked his first time up. Feliz held on by James Loney. And that pitch is up high. Kuroda, who mentioned, worked 5 innings Monday against Arizona. He was on a pitch count. Joe Torre said he was going to go between 80 and 90 pitches maximum. And opening day worked 5 2/3. This is his 3rd start of the year. And there's the bunt, fouled at the plate. And it's 1-1.
Well, he's been efficient so far. You know, hasn't had the real prolonged inning, has been around the plate. And he is a workhorse. He's a guy that, when he's right, will give you 7, 8 innings. And again, with this staff right now, really it's been Chad Billingsley, Randy Wolf, as far as guys in the starting rotation giving them innings.
Eric Stoltz on the disabled list now.
Stoltz, Milton, James McNaught, Clayton Kershaw. The other guys just haven't got into that 6th and 7th inning.
Been a mix and match situation for Joe Torre. Runner at first is Feliz, and the pitch is up high. And the count now 2-1 as the Phillies trying to fight back. 1-0 to score. Talking about Kuroda, a workhorse indeed. Last year, 31 starts. Best of his professional career. That includes the 11 years pitching in Japan. Throw over there.
Yeah, Feliz not going anywhere on his own. Maybe a hit and run, but Kuroda really last year, as I said earlier, a tale of two seasons. You know, June and July just, you know, over a 7 ERA in June. July was over 5, but then found something and was able to take it to the postseason.
Swing and a miss. 2-2 now to Bruntlett with Carlos Ruiz, the Phillies catcher, on deck.
You know, and Kuroda is not that guy that is going to nibble. He's got a good fork ball, and he's a good slider, and the fastball is 93, 94 miles an hour with movement.
Kuroda really taking his time now. Runner does not go, and fastball, strike 3. Second strikeout this inning, and the fourth of the game. Well, next week on Fox Saturday Baseball, interleague play returns. David Wright and the Mets battle Mark Teixeira and the Yankees in a showdown between crosstown rivals. Cardinals will take on the Indians, White Sox, and Brewers. Fox Saturday Baseball, presented by Sears, returns next week at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific on Fox. Check your local listings for the game and start time in your area. So with 2 out, here's Carlos Ruiz as Phillies remains at first base. Dodgers leading 1-0, and the breaking ball is up, high ball 1. No Yankees are leading in the all-star balloting to this point.
Interesting. You know, a lot of that has to do, too, with, you know, where you are as far as your schedule. If you're at home, you'll obviously garner a lot of votes. You know, the Yankees may be on the road or may have been on the road. But that's always when you see the fluctuations of the voting patterns. All you have to do is look at that respective team's schedule, and you see when they're at home. A couple days later, I guarantee you those guys will have some serious votes.
Two balls and no strikes with 2 outs. Two down, a runner at first base. And that pitch close, missing 3 balls and no strikes.
And this is not the guy that you want to mess around with. You've got 2 outs. You go right after the number 8 hitter. Instead, you put yourself in a position 3-0. You may have to face the pitcher, and then what that does, that impacts the following inning because the pitcher would not be leading off.
Here's the 3-0 count. In for the strike, 3-1, and we have a correction to make. Flashing lights. Derek Jeter is the leader in fan voting for the American League shortstop. So we take everything we said back.
Well, I don't take back the part that if you're at home, you're going to get more votes. Yankees must have been at home.
Well, I take back the fact that we said no Yankees were in there. Pitches in for the strike, 3-2. So the full count. And now Loney playing behind Phillies at first base. So Jeter right now leading at shortstop. And there goes the runner, fouled at the plate. It's a foul ball. I'll tell you, that all-star game in St. Louis is going to be great because it's going to be the first one since Busch Stadium, the old Busch Stadium, that has since been abandoned for the new Busch Stadium. And St. Louis is a great city, the heart of America, to host this all-star game. Fox will have it all for you exclusively. We'll have the red carpet treatment before the game starts, and we'll do it only as Fox has been able to do it for a while now. 3-2, the count to Ruiz, and there goes Phillies, and the pitch is grounded, and Hudson makes the stop, throw to first in time, and a good play by Loney on the high throw to keep his foot on the base. The Phillies get a hit and leave 1. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning, 1-0 Dodgers. Sears, Craftsman, trust in your hands. And the Dodgers batting in the bottom of the 5th inning. Some clouds in the sky, as you see here. And normally it doesn't rain in June here. And there's been some rain this week, yesterday as well, as Mark Loretta steps in. Bottom 3rd of the Dodger order. And takes a breaking ball for a strike. Loretta bounced to a bunt at shortstop, his first time up. Dodgers, his 5th club in Loretta's career. In tight. And the count 1-1. 8 years with Milwaukee, has also seen some action with the Astros, the Red Sox, and the Padres.
But you know, there are a number of reasons for the success of this Dodger ball club. Loretta on the bench, filling in at short and third. Coupled with Brad Ausmus, who's been able to spell Russell Martin behind the plate, Juan Castro. But anytime they've had to plug somebody in and give their regulars a day off, they've answered the bell.
3 balls and a strike. And they're all hitting well. All of the guys you mentioned have done well with the bat.
Well, and I think that's a credit to Joe Torre because he doesn't let them stagnate on the bench.
Here's the 3-1 to Loretta, in for the strike, and the count is full. Joe Blanton, who labored through the 4th inning, giving up the home run to Ethier, a deep drive well up into the bleachers. And then a single and a stolen base got Kemp on a called 3rd strike to end that threat. And off the fist, good pitch, and the pop-up, foul ball.
Right.
On the ball between home and first base, it's the home plate umpire who makes that determination. Beyond that, it's the first base umpire.
Yeah, Mike Winter's getting out there. I'll tell you, Mark Loretta will take some ribbing tomorrow or the next day. It's a grown man taking a full swing, hitting a deep fly ball in between home and first.
I'll tell you, he did all he could on getting jammed the way he did from Blanton. So the 3-2 again, and it's bounced to third base. Phillies makes the play, and Loretta's retired, 1 out here in the 5th inning.
You see the O-Dog making a great play, a good strong throw to first. James Loney, a nice stretch, keeping his foot on the bag just ahead of the hustling Carlos Ruiz. You see, he smells a hit. He's going down there as fast as he can get there.
Oh, close. Charlie Manuel came out actually and discussed that play after the inning was over. Here it is again.
Yeah, from that angle right there, he looks safe.
Castro with a shot to center field. And a 1-out single for the Dodgers here in the 5th inning. Their 4th hit of the game. You're looking at a Gold Glover in Orlando Hudson.
Well, he's done it all. I mean, he comes in, makes the backhanded play, he makes the barehanded play. He's done just about everything that the Dodgers have asked. Very athletic, something that the Dodgers haven't had at that second base position the last few years.
Here is Kuroda looking to bunt, and he fouls it off. And Orlando Hudson, man of the hour for the Dodgers. Great acquisition, right, Ken?
Absolutely, Dick. His first choice as a free agent was to go to the Mets. But the Mets could not trade Luis Castillo. As you guys mentioned before, he lingered on the free agent market, but he is absolutely thrilled to be here in L.A. He told me playing for the Dodgers is just like heaven, and that he wants to stay in this Dodger blue.
And most people who come to Los Angeles do. And, you know, another club that I thought might have been interested and didn't make the deal, the St. Louis Cardinals, who needed a second baseman.
Well, I think St. Louis and the Dodgers a little different resources economically. The Dodgers went out, gave him a deal that was close to $4 million. And I think this platform, playing in L.A., will allow Orlando to explore that opportunity again after this season. He's been very prominent here. He's playing on a team that could go to the postseason.
1-2 pitch is taken for a ball as the Phillies get set to charge from the corners. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kuroda, who struck out swinging. His first time up after staying alive. It was on the 9th pitch from Joe Blanton that Kuroda ultimately struck out. Squares to bunt and puts this one down. Only play is to first, so Kuroda gets the job done with a sacrifice with 2 strikes. And Castro moves on to second. Well, there are 2 down. And there's Larry Boa, the third base coach, busy at that last at-bat. Remember, Larry Boa spent the first 12 years of his 16-year career with the Phillies and also spent 4 years as manager of the Fightin' Phils.
Well, and he brings something to this coaching staff that with the intensity, with the ability to get on guys, that fiery type attitude. And I think Ned Colletti, the general manager, he's done a great job of piecing together not only the team but the coaching staff as well.
Here's Juan Pierre, has hit the ball on the ground twice to the infield. Takes down low for ball 1. Had 2 stolen bases last night and 13 on the season. They have stolen 40 or more in 8 straight years. There's a strike on the corner, 1-1. Dodgers lead it 1-0 on Ethier's 1-out home run. Deep into the right field stands in the 4th inning. It's been otherwise a pitcher's duel between Joe Blanton on the mound and Hiroki Kuroda. There is Juan Castro, who's on at second base, and the pitch slap foul, 1-2.
Well, Pierre obviously getting an opportunity to play with the suspension of Manny Ramirez. And the thing about it is he was ready to play. He stays prepared all the time, even when he wasn't playing. Working hard day in and day out.
Shot hit out to center field. Victorino over there to make the catch. Speed help there. And Pierre is retired. The Dodgers leave a runner in scoring position. We've completed 5. LA is up 1-0. Joe Blanton is in for a strike. Blanton sacrificed his first time up, and the only time that the Phillies have had a man in scoring position. No balls and 2 strikes. Their only hit, 1-out single by Pedro Feliz last inning. We are in the top of the 6th. 1-0 in favor of the Dodgers. Getting a piece of it and fouling it off. Joe Blanton with a home run in Game 4 against the Rays last year. Solo home run, and became the first pitcher in 34 years to homer in the World Series. Ken Holtzman of the Oakland Athletics back in 1974 was the last to do it. Count is 0-2 to Blanton, leading off here in the 6th against Kuroda. And he slaps it to the right side. And Hudson, the routine play, one gone. And speaking of home runs, once again, here is today's Gillette Power Trivia question. Who has hit the longest home run in Dodger Stadium? You have to go back to 1969. And Wilver Dornell Stargell of the Pirates. 506 feet, 6 inches. I don't know how they measured the 6 inches, but ball cleared the right field pavilion and hit another home run over the pavilion in 73 off of Andy Messersmith. Alan Foster gave up that long home run. So Willie Stargell, the longest home run in this park.
How do they know that, though? I mean, especially with technology back then. Would they have some guy out there in the parking lot with a tape measure? Get that extra 6 inches? I mean,
I'll tell you. Shane Victorino takes the ball 1-1. There it is. There was someone out there with a tape measure, believe it or not. And they knew exactly where it was. And they said 5.066. Shot hit to first base. Loney making the play to retire Victorino. Loney saved a run in the 3rd inning when he robbed Victorino of extra bases with the runner in scoring position. So the Dodgers getting help not only at the mound but with the leather as well. 2 down in the 6th. Here's Jason Worth. Been called out on strikes twice so far today. Kuroda has struck out 4 batters in his walk 2. Down low for a ball.
Yeah, the only reason I've commented on the Stargell home run is I was here. Mark McGwire hit a ball off of Jamie Arnold, and it was to left center. It went over the roof. And I remember them talking about, it was only 400 and some odd feet. Now here's Mike Piazza. He hit a ball off Frank Castillo, and I hit this to left field. I'll tell you, the most impressive thing about that is the guy that was on deck for that. That was the impressive thing. I had a first-hand view of that. That was me. I'm just kidding. Yeah, Mike crushed that ball. But I saw that. But a ball Mark McGwire hit here, like I said, I remember that in the left center. It was to the right of the scoreboard here that they have the diamond vision. And, they said, it's like 450 feet or something like that. That thing had to be 5+.
Right around the Don Sutton retired.
Absolutely.
2-1 the count to Worth, and he fouls it off. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Hey, you see out there.
Here's what you're talking
right
about.
Right above the 19. Absolutely in between the 19 and 20. Crushed it. That's left center. That's not down the line.
That's Jim Gilliam and Don Sutton. For those who are
400 and some odd feet. You got to be kidding me.
Here's the 2-2 from Kuroda. And it's popped foul, and that will drift out of play as well. That's the 80th pitch thrown by Hiroki Kuroda. Not sure if there's any kind of a pitch count today after the appearance on Monday against Arizona for the Dodger right-hander, who was 9-10 last year, had 2 shutouts, and then an impressive 2-0 in postseason. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and Worth stays alive.
Well, you talk about pitch counts, and 80 pitches when it's intense and there's guys on all the time is different than 80 pitches when nobody gets on, you're not pitching out of tough situations, and that's what Kuroda has been able to deal with today. He's in the 80 pitch range, but he hasn't had any type of situations where he's had to make a great pitch or anything like that, and that's much different. It's not as taxing. Thus, you could probably go a little bit longer.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here in the top half of the 6th inning, the Dodgers in front 1-0. And it runs full now to Worth with Chase Utley on deck. There is Utley, who's been on base once today. Been 2 walks and a single and a base hit by Worth past the diving Loretta into left field. That is the 2nd hit of the game. for the Phillies. It comes with 2 out, and for a game break, here's Chris Rose.
That's right, Dick. It's a DirecTV game break. Joe Maury DHing today for the Twins up in Seattle. So Mike Redmond getting the start behind the plate, which is bad news for Jared Washburn. Ichiro can't come up with that. Joe Crudi scores. It's 1-0. Ichiro does have a hit, so he has hit safely in 28 of his last 29, but his team is down. Remember to follow your favorite out-of-market team only on DirecTV.
Chris, thanks for the update. And Minnesota coming on in their own right, coming in a game and a half behind the Tigers in that AL Central, which is the tightest division in all of baseball. The Indians 6 back in last place. So here's Chase Utley, flied out and walked. And diving back is Worth. You mentioned 10 stolen bases in 12 tries as the Phillies with the tying run at first base. So Ichiro, who had his 27-game hitting streak snap last night. Pitch taken for a ball, 1-0. Interesting to see how Charlie Manuel wants to play it here in this tight game with a pretty good runner on at first.
Well, and I think they like to run. And obviously you've got a guy like Chase Utley. You don't want to take the bat out of his hands. But if you can get Worth into a scoring position, you've got to send him. We mentioned before, 4 stolen bases against this Dodger ball club earlier in the year.
Doesn't go, and the pitch called strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Chase Utley from Carson, California, as you see Charlie Manuel and Utley 20 miles south of Dodger Stadium down the Harbor Freeway, and played his college baseball at UCLA. Many of the greats played at USC under Rod Dedeaux.
More of them played at UCLA.
I was going to say want to bet, but I won't. 1-1 pitch taken for a ball, 2-1.
Little bias there, being an alum from UCLA.
Here's Davey Lopes, first base coach, and he has a background.
Well, I tell you, Davey Lopes, for all his accomplishments as a player, probably as good a first base coach as anybody I've ever been around. I remember playing first base. He was a first base coach for the Padres, and he'd let the runners know when the pitcher was coming over to first, and I didn't even know.
That's kind of a skill. And a shot foul down the first base line, and as you saw, Lopes, part of a outstanding and long-standing Dodger infield, spent the first 10 years of his 16-year career playing in this ballpark.
Yeah, the Garvey, Say, Lopes, Russell era. But get back that Davey, legit, he would tell the runner, he's coming over. He's coming over. And I'm sitting there, I'm going, Davey, you got to be kidding me. I'm playing the position here, and I don't even know when he's coming over. But what he does, and he does it as well as anybody, is he can pick up nuances. He relates that to his runner. His runner then will take advantage of it. And that's the reason why the Philadelphia Phillies are the most successful team as far as stealing bases.
Percentage-wise, there's no one better right now. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and the ball getting away from Russell Martin, and so Jason Worth will round second, and Martin taking his time getting the ball, and Worth will stop there. So the Phillies get a runner in scoring position with 2 out, and the count 3-2 now to Chase Utley.
Well, this pitch down in the dirt, and Russell Martin not dropping down to his knees to smother the ball. The other night, the Dodgers had 6 wild pitches. It was a forgettable night if you're a Dodger catcher. Now, were all of those Russell's fault? Absolutely not. But there were a few that he did get a bit lazy. That situation, he's got to go down on his knees and smother the ball, not just try to pick it with a backhand stab.
So that wild pitch, Phillies with the tying run now at second. Brian Howard on deck. Big moment in this game. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Utley, and he slices it to left field. Coming on over is Pierre, and it'll be foul. And not by much, really. That was close down the left field line.
Now, and it's funny because watching it from up here, I'm thinking that's in the stands. That's not even close. That was a matter of inches. That almost had chalk right there. Look at that, just a inch here, inch there.
Looked like the same amount between fair and foul that Willie Stargell had those extra 6
inches. That's right. That's right.
Todd Titchener, the third base umpire. right on it. So the count remains full to Chase Utley. Phillies coming in 3 games ahead of the New York Mets. If he can keep it alive, you got the big man coming up next in Ryan Howard. Phillies have won 16 of the last 21. That 7-game winning streak snapped last night. Looking to begin a new one today. Hiroki Kuroda checks Worth. And the pitch getting away. Ball 4. And going to third base will be Worth. So the base on balls. And it'll be another wild pitch, the second this inning. So the tying run now at third. And the runner at first as well, with Ryan Howard coming to the plate.
Well, again, you see Russell doing a little better job of trying to get down on his knees to block that ball. But keeping it in front of him, squirts away a little bit.
Well, you talk about the way the Dodgers have scrapped their way without the long ball. The Phillies trying to do it right here. Tying run at third base, Jason Worth, Chase Utley, who would be the go-ahead runners at first. And time is called, and Rick Honeycutt, the Dodger pitching coach, out for a mound to settle down Kuroda.
Well, it gives your bullpen, time to get moving around. It also gives Russell Martin a bit of a break right now. More of a mental break than anything, and catch his breath and let some of the frustration go. But as a pitcher, you've got to be able to throw that pitch. You've got to have confidence in your catcher, in that if you do miss, you will miss low.
Ronald Belisario begins to throw in the Dodger bullpen. And after a few words of encouragement from Rick Honeycutt, back to work. Runners at first and third, 2 down for the Phillies. And after Kuroda got Blanton and Victorino on ground balls to the right side, Worth with a single advanced on a wild pitch to second, went to third on a wild pitch, and Utley with ball 4 is at first. So here's Howard, who was 0 for 2, bounced into a double play his last time up. Dodgers lead the Phillies 1-0 here in the top of the 6th inning. And there's an off-speed pitch for a strike on the outside corner.
Well, he went away from the forkball that he had been having trouble controlling. Goes with the slider that catches maybe the outside part of the plate. Mike Winters calls it a strike.
There's Belisario working. Loretta having to play close to the bag at third to keep Worth honest, and the pitch is outside, and it's 1-1. So there's the infield set up. Hudson playing on the outfield grass, and Castro, the shortstop, playing to the right of second. Remember, Howard has good power to the opposite field, and all the Phillies need is a base hit to get even in this one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kuroda versus Howard. Swings and misses on the breaking pitch up in his eyes.
Well, and as you mentioned, Dick, when Howard is going well, he'll go the opposite way. And sometimes with the shift, he almost takes it as a challenge. You see this pitch off speed up in the zone. Howard unable to get on top of it. But sometimes with the shift, it's almost as a challenge to Howard. And he's going to hit it through that shift instead of just taking what they give him, go the other way.
So here it is. 1-2. Kuroda versus Ryan Howard. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that ends the threat. As the Phillies lead the tying run at third, we go to the bottom of the 6th still, 1-0 Dodgers.
Is it in the glove? Not so sure. Carlos Ruiz on first base. But first base umpire Tony Randazzo calls him out. My man Carlos not too happy about that.
And speaking of Orlando Hudson, he's leading off for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 6th and takes a strike from Joe Blanton. Hudson is 0 for 2. So now 0 for his last 12. And trying to right the ship. The switch hitter against the righty Blanton takes the ball 1-1. Dodgers leading 1-0 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Victory for the Dodgers today will put them 20 games over 500 for the first time this year. That's down low, and it's 2-1.
Well, and again, you know, the amazing thing is that they've done it without their opening day starter, Hiroki Kuroda, who is back now, only his second start returning. Doing it without Manny Ramirez, their best hitter. You know, I think this helps the ball club later on. I mean, the guys know that they can play at the top level of baseball. Guys are getting opportunities to perform. Casey Blake has really stepped up.
Shot hit, second base. Utley steadies himself and throws out Hudson, who's now 0 for 2, 1 out. Let's go back to Ryan Howard's at bat in the 6th.
Well, Kuroda starts him off with the slider away, tries to go back with it, misses. Now this is a high off-speed pitch. Now he comes back with, again, the same eyesight, something high, but it's a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Changes the speed, overmatches Ryan Howard in that particular at-bat. Kuroda gets out of his real first intense situation.
And here's Andre Ethier, gets a big round of applause, and why not? His home run accounting for the only run of the game. Deep drive more than halfway up the bleachers in the 4th inning with 1 out. His 8th homer of the year. And Blanton, who struck him out in the 1st inning, facing him again, and a high foul fly will go out of play.
Well, and I think particularly frustrating for Blanton in that last at-bat where Andre Ethier hit it out of the ballpark. It was a 1-2 count. You know, as a 1-2 count, the last thing you want to do is give something that a guy can drive out of the ballpark, let alone throw a strike.
1-1 pitch, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Dodgers, of course, who have done extremely well at home and in one-run games, have an impressive 10-1 record in one-run affairs here at Dodger Stadium, and they're leading 1-0. 2-1 to Ethier, 3-1 now to the Dodger right fielder.
Well, you see Blanton consistently hitting that outside part of the plate, but home plate umpire Mike Winters not giving him that pitch.
Blanton's 3-1, and Ethier hits a pop foul fly, and Phillies watches it go out of play. Belisario, who was up before, is up again, and it appears that he may be coming in for the Dodgers when the Phillies come up in the 7th.
Well, the Dodgers can go to the bullpen. They've got an off day on Monday where he can rest these guys. Joe Torre can.
3-2 to Andre Ethier. Foul ball out of play, and boy, they need the rest. They have, as of Sunday, will have played 17 games in 17 days.
Right. Yeah, and the travels haven't been easy. I mean, they played a night game in Chicago on Sunday, had to come back here and play Monday against the Arizona Diamondbacks. But this has been a real grind. And again, you're talking about the travel issue. You're talking about not having your best hitter. You're talking about not having your number. What the Dodgers have done, you know, has really been remarkable.
And of course, looking at this month of June, where, by the way, the Dodgers have not had a winning record since 2003 in the month of June. So focusing in on this, 12 of their remaining 21 games will be here at Dodger Stadium. So that's the other side of the coin of playing on the road as much as they have. And Ethier strikes out for the second out of the inning, and that is the 5th strikeout of the game for Blanton. Here's the Hyundai in-game box score for the Dodgers.
Well, you look at that, not a lot going on. James Loney, 2 base hits, one of them a nice shot, but the difference, what we talked, the power. Andre Ethier hitting a 1-2 pitch for a solo home run.
Introducing the all-new 306 horsepower rear-wheel drive Hyundai Genesis Coupe, as Russell Martin takes ball 1. Dodger catching core, Russell Martin, Brad Ausmus. Not bad, Ken Rosenthal.
It's not bad, Dick, but the lack of power from Russell Martin is a concern. He's batting cleanup today, and yet he has not hit a home run at all this season. This is a player who had 19 home runs in 2007, 13 last year. Standing around the batting cage yesterday, Joe Torre was saying that Martin doesn't understand his capabilities. Torre called over Jeff Pentland, one of the Dodgers' hitting instructors, and Pentland said Martin has no idea how good he is. Now, Eric, you can speak to this. Martin doesn't trust himself. When he's struggling, his swing gets long, he abandons his approach.
Well, you're right, Kenny. I mean, you talk about how mental this game becomes. And when you don't get results, you start believing that, hey, maybe I don't have power anymore.
Thanks,
you see Donnie Mattingly right there, hitting coach for the Dodgers as well. But that's what makes this game so frustrating is, you know, the ability's there. Russell Martin can still hit the ball out of the park, but because he's not doing it, it doesn't matter if somebody says, well, you have the ability to do it. The reality is he's not doing it, and it becomes mental.
Here's the 3-1 pitch. Ball 4, and Martin is on, and yet Joe Torre, who has a world of patience, still hitting Martin in the cleanup position. And a 2-out walk here. And that was the 100th pitch thrown by Blanton as James Loney comes to the plate. Boys and Girls Clubs of America is the official charity of MLB, reaching more than 4 million kids worldwide. Together, they create a positive place for kids. Here's Loney, who has a pair of singles. Perfect afternoon thus far for the Dodgers RBI leader, and hits this one up the middle. 3 for 3 for Loney. Martin will stop at second base. And with 2 down, the Dodgers have runners at first and second.
James Loney just shooting the ball right back up the middle. You know, a great contact guy, a guy that does not strike out much. Very similar to, if you remember, Mark Grace, our colleague in the booth now, as far as his approach to hitting. Going to take what the defense gives him, what the pitcher gives him, not worrying about driving the ball out of the park. And he continues to set the table and move things along for hitters behind him.
So there's Martin at second and Loney on at first base. So Loney has 3 of the 5 Dodger hits in the game. And here is Matt Kemp. Robbed of extra bases by Ibanez at left. Took a called third strike last time up. And trying to extend his hitting streak to 11 in a row. And the Dodgers focusing on getting an insurance run here, leading 1-0. That's down low, and it's 2-0.
Well, and you're talking about guys that don't realize how good they are, how good they can be. You know, confidence is not something that Matt Kemp lacks, but still, he's not even close to what he can be. And he gets by on just raw talent.
And very close, but missing again, and it's 3-0. And now we're going to have bullpen activity start for the Phillies. Blanton are over 100 pitches thrown in this game. Runners are at first and second with 2 down. 3-0 to Matt Kemp with Mark Loretta. And Clay Condrey warming up for the Phillies. And getting the green light on 3-0 as Kemp fouls it off.
Well, and I was just going to say, I mean, Blanton has to be careful right now because you don't just want to say, all right, I don't want to walk the guy, because you make a mistake, it's a 4-0 ball game with one swing of the bat with the power that Matt Kemp has. Go ahead, try to still make a pitch, go off the plate, make Matt Kemp chase something. If it doesn't work, you start over with the next hitter, Mark Loretta.
Here's the 3-1 from Blanton, and it's bounced foul. And the count now 3-2. So Blanton was behind 3-0 to Kemp. And now they've run the string. And Mark Loretta, in his 10th start this year, hoping he gets a chance. Dodgers with runners at first and second, 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th inning, leading 1-0.
If I'm Joe Blanton right now, I'm going to throw Matt Kemp a curveball, something out of the zone. Hope that his aggressiveness works against him. And as I said, if he doesn't offer at it, you go back to Mark Loretta, the next hitter. I would not throw a fastball.
Runners go on 3-2, and a fly ball hit to center field. Victorino back on the edge of the wall and makes the catch to retire the side. And we'll be back after a word from your local Fox station. Presented by Sears, home of the Blue Appliance Crew. Appliance is their middle name. Well, Hiroki Kuroda departs after 6 terrific innings, giving up no runs on 2 hits. And Ronald Belisario, the 28-year-old Venezuelan rookie, coming on in. 29th appearance of the year, leading the Dodgers in appearances. Will face Ibanez, Phillies, and Bruntlett, the scheduled hitters. Ibanez 0 for 2, takes strike 1.
On Belisario, a lot of movement on the fastball. Good, hard fastball. And he's somebody that just really emerged this spring for the Dodgers. And as we heard earlier from Joe Torre, very excited about what he's been able to contribute.
No balls and 2 strikes to Ibanez, and Corey Wade is up in the Dodger bullpen, and Dodgers setting it up for Jonathan Broxton, their closer, who, as Joe Torre said earlier, 6-0, pretty good for a closer. Shows how the Dodgers have gotten it done late in games. 0-2, foul at the plate.
Well, it's funny you talk about Jonathan Broxton, the closer, being 6-0. I was talking to him before the game, and I was joking about that. And he says, well, I'm going to be the first 40-40 pitcher. 40 wins and 40 saves. So making fun of the vulture-type wins he gets. But he's basically been unhittable this year, Broxton.
0-2 the count to Ibanez, leading off in the 7th. Dodgers leading 1-0. And a foul back on the screen. Well, let's see the current voting for the National League outfield. Ryan Braun of the Brewers leads, and Raul Ibanez is in 2nd position. Alfonso Soriano of the Cubs is in 3rd. Close battle with Carlos Beltran in 4th. And Manny Ramirez is dropped to 5th. I know that Charlie Manuel said, I would have no problem if he gets voted in playing him. So that's the scenario at this point. No balls, 2 strikes to Ibanez. Watch out.
And that's 95 miles an hour. That's not at his head, but it's up around that area. And again, it sends a message. And now it allows Belisario to throw something off speed away, or the real paralyzer is a fastball back in.
And the pitch outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ibanez. And for Belisario, obviously a hard thrower. Looking to get the first hitter here, and the Phillies trying to get the tying run on base here in the top of the 7th inning. And a base hit. Ibanez going with the pitch. Gets a hit, only the 3rd hit of the game. And the Phillies with a leadoff base hit. Tying run is at first. And I think we have a game break, Chris Rose, right?
That is right. Dick Stockton, presented by DirecTV. South side of Chicago, Josh Fields leads the field. All right, that was silly. It's his 3rd homer of the year. One of his 2 hits, measured at 379 feet and 6 inches. White Sox lead the Tribe 3-1. Remember to follow your favorite out-of-market team only on DirecTV, guys.
I had a hunch we were getting to the game break, and Chris confirmed it.
Well, the kicker, did you hear that? The home run was another 6 inches. How are we getting that definite? We had the Willie Stargell thing that went out at Dodger Stadium was down to 6 inches. That home run down to 6 inches.
Well, you have to respect those
6
official
inches.
measurements,
Right.
yes.
Highly technical here at Fox. All sorts of little gadgets.
1-0 to Phillies, and the square to bunt and takes a strike. 1-1. Phillies singled his last time up, 1 for 2 on the day. Loretta playing deep at 3rd base against Phillies, who has 28 runs batted in this year. And Ibanez tying run at first with nobody out, and a ground ball off of the pitcher Belisario, and everyone's safe. And picking up the ball, and good hustle out there by Orlando Hudson to prevent further advance.
Well, that ball going up the middle, so both the middle infielders breaking towards second base to catch the ball. It hits off Belisario and then shoots to where Orlando Hudson was originally. See, this is going up the middle. Now, both guys are going up the middle to make that play. When it hits off Belisario, Orlando Hudson has to regroup. He's hustling, knowing that Ibanez may go to 3rd base if he doesn't retrieve that ball quickly.
Good hustle by Orlando Hudson. And so the Phillies for the first time, have the first two batters reaching. First and second, nobody out. Eric Bruntlett, who has walked and struck out, looking for the sacrifice of the Dodgers, squaring around, and a good bunt in front of the plate. The only play for Belisario, and a good play by Hudson digging out the low throw. But the sacrifice will advance the Dodgers to second, or the Phillies, that is, to second and third.
Well, this is a great play by the O-Dog, Orlando Hudson. Second baseman coming over to first base to cover. You see Belisario comes out, grabs it, makes the low throw. Now, Orlando Hudson, in some situations, just wants to smother that ball and keep it from going down the right field line. If he makes the out, it's just a bonus. He's able to use those sweet hands, picks the ball, gets the out, keeps the runner at third base.
And we're going to have a pinch hitter here for Carlos Ruiz. Glenn Dobbs is coming up. And Joe Torre will go to the mound. Greg Dobbs will be coming up to pinch hit, and Joe Torre going to the mound. Corey Wade has been warming up. And no decision has been made yet, as all of the infielders are in there, and Joe Torre, in one of the rare visits to the mound, will keep Belisario in there. There you see, just for men, hair-colored Dodgers hold leaders for the season.
There they are, Corey Wade, Belisario, who's out there right now. Hung-Chi Kuo on the disabled list. I think Joe Torre goes out there just to discuss how they're going to play this defensively.
Matt Stairs comes out on the on-deck circle, so here's Dobbs, and he takes a strike. Phillies with runners at second and third and one out, trailing 1-0.
Well, Dobbs, a real key last year. Off the bench, starting at third every once in a while. This year, a real struggle, though. Batting average of 196.
And he hits this one out to short right center field. Hudson is going out, calls for it, makes the catch. Tagging up, but going back to third is Ibanez, and Orlando Hudson, who has really had a magnificent game in the field, diving to his right, digging balls out at first base. And, of course, going out to make a key catch of that ball off the glove. The Phillies have at least tied it up.
Well, this is a nice job by Orlando Hudson. He gets it, and he doesn't even look or anything. He knows that once he catches it, he's got one thing to do, and that's just turn and fire home with the runner at third base. Now you see Raul Ibanez, he's right there. He's thinking about he tags, but he doesn't think he's going to make it. Leave it up to Matt Stairs.
And Matt Stairs, who came over from the Blue Jays last August, leads all current players in pinch hit home runs. And there are two out runners at second and third here in the top of the seventh inning. So Matt Stairs batting for Joe Blanton. Ibanez at third. Pedro Feliz, the runner, at second. Facing Belisario, who got the vote of confidence from Joe Torre, and his fastball is in for a strike.
You see Joe Blanton did a nice job today. Really only made one mistake. That was to Andre Ethier.
Home run in the fourth inning, the only run of the game. Pitch on the outside corner, and Belisario is ahead of Matt Stairs, 2 strikes. Stairs coming in, hitting .303, 3 homers, 8 runs batted in.
And you see that pitch just catching the corner.
One and two. Dodgers leading 1-0. It's Ronald Belisario, the rookie from Venezuela, against the veteran Matt Stairs. And a line drive, base hit to right field. Ibanez will score. They're going to send in Phillies. Here's the play at the plate, not in time. And the throw on a bounce to center field. And going to third will be Stairs, and the Phillies have taken a 2-1 lead. Matt Stairs delivers a space hit, and it was hard hit. And third base coach Sam Palazzo sending Phillies, who slid home well ahead of the throw, and now Stairs is on at third, and the Phillies have taken a 2-1 lead.
Well, this pitch off speed, but right over the heart of the plate. Doesn't get in, doesn't get out. Andre Ethier making a strong throw to home, but Phillies ahead of the throw. As you mentioned, Sammy Perlaza, the third base coach, sending him, making the Dodgers have to make a play because the game has been tied. So Matt Stairs hustling down to second, gets to third on the overthrow.
And playing in at third base is Mark Loretta. The throw at first in time, but the damage is done. There was an error charge to Russell Martin, and the Phillies have taken a 2-1 lead to the bottom of the seventh. Mobile, make yourself organized with the Samsung Jack phone. By Hyundai Assurance, a little certainty in uncertain times. And by EAS, don't waste your workout, finish it EAS Mileplex. This was last week at Wrigley Field. Larry King here at the ballpark. Time for the Bank of America fan cam. This was last week.
To the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack.
No more? All right. Want to show the world it's not like, it's love? Get MLB banking only from Bank America. Did you get enough?
I'll tell you what, Larry's making the rounds. I saw him the other day, threw out the first pitch at Yankee Stadium. I'll tell you what, he's getting a whole host of memorabilia.
Well, the Phillies have a 2-1 lead, and Matt Stairs, who got a single for the RBI, went to second on the throw and went to third on Russell Martin's throwing error. So the Phillies are up 2-1, and they have a new battery now. Clay Condrey is their new pitcher, and Chris Coast will be behind the plate. So Condrey making his 29th appearance of the year, has a 4-0 record, 2.20 earned run average. And pitched last Sunday against Washington, giving up a run and a hit and a home run in one inning.
Well, and he's been effective. And now with J.C. Romero returning to this Philadelphia bullpen with Lidge, Madsen, Scott Air, they've got a very, very good bullpen.
Blanton worked 6 innings and gave up 1 run on 5 hits. And the first pitch to Loretta is in for a strike. He struck out 5, walked 1, and gave up the home run to Ethier. And that was the only run in the game until the Phillies got the 2 in the 7th. So here we are, bottom of the 7th inning, 2-1 Philadelphia. And Loretta slices it off 0-2. Little information about Mark Loretta. He's from La Cañada here in California. 37-year-old, born in Santa Monica, and slowly hit to shortstop. Bruntlett in time, and there's one away. Ramon Troncoso. Troncoso is warming up in the Dodger bullpen. And, of course, it's been the story of the Dodgers. Their bullpen setting up for Broxton, but the Phillies cashed in with 2 in the 7th.
Well, Matt Stairs was the guy that got the big hit. Dodger fans, Philadelphia fans, you remember the big home run that Matt Stairs hit last year in the National League Championship Series. Davey Lopes talking to Matt Stairs. He's got to be winded. You don't see him often have to run all the way to third base.
Offering the bunt, taking the ball is Castro, who is 1 for 2, singled his last time up. Castro making his 14th start for the Dodgers. 12 of them have been at shortstop. There's a strike, 1-1. Troncoso will come in the 8th inning as rookie Jamie Hoffman is waiting on deck for the Dodgers. Late swing, fouled off, 1-2. Condrey is 33 years old, from Navasota, Texas. 4th year with the Phillies, 6th year in the big leagues, and appeared in a career high 56 games last season. Quiet here at Dodger Stadium. And there is a looper into short left center field. It'll drop for a base hit. Castro on with his 2nd hit of the game. 6th hit for the Dodgers, so the tying run aboard. And Pepsi, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball, presents the May nominees for the MLB Clutch Performer of the Month award, presented by Pepsi. Pretty good candidates.
Yeah, really. You know, Carl Crawford having a great year this year. He's finally healthy. Doing a great job.
So vote for the MLB Clutch Performer of the Month today at PepsiClutch.com.
I get my vote in, right? You know, Joe Mauer, I mean, how about the start he's had, you know, on the disabled list, coming back in May, hitting well over 400.
Here's Jamie Hoffman. Came up late in May from AAA Albuquerque. And a base hit to right field, going to the opposite field. Stopping at 2nd is Castro. So the Dodgers have the tying run at 2nd, the go-ahead run at 1st against Clay Condrey here in the 7th. And you were talking about J.C. Romero, and he is now warming up for the Phillies. And here comes Charlie Manuel to the mound with the left-handed hitting Juan Pierre coming up to the plate. And there is Romero.
Yeah, I don't think there's a question. You know, you got to bring Romero in right here, and Phillies need to get out of the inning.
And the move is made. Condrey faces 3 batters, gets up 2 hits. pitch against San Diego in an inning and a third on Wednesday is returned then, and last night pitched 1 inning, did not give up a runner or a hit, facing Juan Pierre, who is 2 for 5 against him in his career. Pierre 0 for 3 in this game. The Dodgers, with the tying run at second, go ahead run at first, with 1 out here in the 7th. Ball 1.
Well, Romero, with him being back, he throws the 7th. He's the 7th, Madsen the 8th, Lidge the 9th, and that's what makes this Philadelphia ball club one of the top teams. You see Madsen down there, ready to go. But all 3 excellent arms.
Ryan Madsen just waiting. And here is the 1-0 pitch inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Orlando Hudson on deck for the Dodgers. J.C. Romero was the winning pitcher in games 3 and 5 of the World Series. And there's Hudson. Here's the 2-0 pitch in there for a call strike.
When you mentioned Juan Pierre being 2 for 5 against Romero, Romero historically just dominates left-handed hitters. Pierre has success against him because he waits for the ball to get deep on him and usually shoots it to left field.
Got the switch hitter in Hudson, and then the left-handed hitting Ethier to follow if you want to look ahead. That's just down low. 3 balls and 1 strike. This is an important batter for Romero and the Phillies with less than 2 out to prevent the tying run from getting to third base and for the lead run getting into scoring position. So here's the 3-1 to Pierre. In there for a strike, and Juan was ready to flip the bat and trot to first. Hold on.
Well, almost like a delayed call from Mike Winters, and a very questionable call here on the inner half of the plate and right at the knees. I mean, a great pitcher's pitch, but for a 3-1 pitch, not a very easy one to decipher.
Full count. And there's a throw to second base, and picked off at second is Juan Castro. Castro started to run, and Romero alertly stepped off the rubber. And standing at second base was the shortstop Brundtland to make the easy tag.
Well, Juan Castro just got careless. He just assumed Romero would be throwing home. Didn't anticipate the spin move, and on top of that, when he goes back, he twists his left ankle. Not sure how that is going to be for the next inning.
Huge play in this game. The count is 3-2, and there goes the runner. Hoffman from first.
Right, you've got no business as a runner at second base right there to be running just when Romero lifts his foot. You've got to be aware or make sure that he is throwing home. Just because he starts movement doesn't mean you start to run to third.
3 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. And there goes Hoffman in a base hit to right field. And Hoffman round second goes to third. And the tying run is at third, but how important was that pickoff at second base to get Castro? The Dodgers would have tied the game at least and had the go-ahead run at third. Instead, the tying run is at third, as Pierre getting the base hit with 2 down.
Well, Juan Pierre continuing his success against J.C. Romero. Drives the ball to right. You see Juan Castro. He knows he made a mistake. And what happened? He just became lazy out there. Very easy to do, just to make assumptions. The Phillies, to their credit, put the pickoff play on, and it worked.
And Brundtland and Utley just with a brief conference before going back to their respective positions. Here's Hudson, 0 for 3. And he's done it big time for the Dodgers in the field today. Now trying to do it at the plate to get them at least even. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Phillies lead the Dodgers 2-1. Hoffman, the tying run at third, and on at first is Pierre, and the count 1-0.
I mean, this would be a gutsy move right here in this situation, but you look how far back the third baseman Pedro Feliz is playing. He could drop a bunt down and run for days.
Throw to first base, and Phillies then going over to third to make sure that Hoffman doesn't wander too far. There you see where they are. Phillies backing up at third. Hoffman's lead at third. And here's the pitch in there for the strike, 1-1.
You know, many years ago, that first baseman for the Dodgers, Steve Garvey, when a guy on third, he'd drop a bunt down, even though he was a power guy. Johnny Bench, the Hall of Fame catcher from the Cincinnati Reds, would do the same.
Again over to first base. You know, this game, the way it is developed, is no different than the previous games that these teams have played. And going back to the NLCS, when the Dodgers lost to the Phillies in 5, they've won 3 out of 5 so far this year. And looked like he was running up to bunt there, takes it for a ball. But the bunt would have been down the first base.
Well, that's the thing, showing bunt but going towards first base. Now, the reason that may work is you've got Ryan Howard coming in. Chase Utley shaded more towards second base, probably wouldn't be able to get to first. But again, looking at this defense, you bunt it towards third base, you could walk to first.
Here's the 2-1. Fastball, strike, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And as we've been saying, the Phillies and the Dodgers 1-2 in all the big categories. Best record in baseball, LA 1, Philadelphia 2. Fielding percentage, runs. Shaping up without question is the 2 powers in the National League. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and again, Romero going over to first. Ryan Matson has warmed up and in the bullpen. And Troncoso, who undoubtedly will come on in the 8th inning. And there goes Pierre, and the pitch is hit in the air to left field. Ibanez back, has a lot of room, makes the catch to retire the side. But the Dodgers strand the tying run at third to pick off the big play. Third pitcher of the day for the Dodgers. He's been an outstanding setup man. His team's trailing, however, 2-1, and facing Jason Worth, Chase Utley, and Ryan Howard here in the top of the 8th inning. And the first pitch is a strike. Troncoso, with a 1.78 earned run average, has allowed just 2 runs in the last 13 appearances. And Worth singled his last time up after striking out twice. Lifts this in the air down the first base line to left field, right field, and out of play for strike 2.
Well, you talk about Troncoso's success, his last number of outings, and remember Joe Torre said he has earned the right to pitch the 8th inning, and that's what he's become. He's become the setup guy. You see Joe contemplating what's going to happen in the 8th and 9th, but he's been a nice setup man for Broxton.
26-year-old from the Dominican Republic. Pitched a scoreless 8th inning last night, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. 42 games as a rookie last year. Struck out 38 in 38 innings last season. So Troncoso, following Kuroda and Belisario, and the Dodgers down 2-1. Popped up into right field. Ethier, 1 out. Worth is retired, and the in-game box score is presented by Hyundai for the Phillies.
Well, and the big hit, really, it's not there, is Matt Stairs. The pinch hit, coming in, driving the ball, 2-run scored. He heads on to third. This was a 2-out hit with 2 strikes.
Chase Utley introducing the all-new 306 horsepower rear-wheel drive Hyundai Genesis Coupe. Chase Utley 0 for 1 with 2 walks. Takes strike 1. There's Matt Stairs going on.
Yeah, you know, we talked a little bit about the Dodgers being the gritty team, you know, and they have been this year, but the Phillies have been the gritty organization, you know, and you look at what they've done the last 2 years, chasing down the Mets in the National League East, getting to the World Series, winning the World Series. You know, these guys are a combination of talent, intensity. They play every game like it's their last game. They leave it all out on the field. You know, and the personalities, they fit perfectly. See the Ibanez, the Stairs, the Worth, the Victorinos.
1-1 pitch, line to right field. Base hit, could be extra bases for Chase Utley. And Utley will go into second with a stand-up double with 1 out here in the 8th inning. Ken Rosenthal, you have some thoughts about Matt Stairs.
Dick, this is shaping up to be a very big weekend for Matt Stairs. After today's game, he will fly home to Bangor, Maine to attend the high school graduation of his oldest daughter, Nicole. He's going to miss tomorrow's game. Monday is an off day, and then he will rejoin the Phillies in New York on Tuesday.
Thank you, Ken. And still resounding and reverberating the big RBI single in the 7th inning. So here's Ryan Howard, and Howard takes ball 1 outside. 0 for 3 today. Fly out, double play, and a strikeout his last time up. Phillies leading 2-1, have been out hit by the Dodgers 8-6, but they have an insurance run at second with 1 out. And there's a fly ball hit to center field, and Kemp coming around, catch is made, no tag up by Utley, and there are 2 away.
You know, getting back to that Philly ball club, you know, you've got the Utley out at second base. You got Ryan Howard, Jimmy Rollins getting the day off. But their superstars, their core players, are also the guys that are most accountable, are guys that are the most intense, are the hardest workers. And very rarely do you find that combination. And you know, Philadelphia is just littered with those types of guys, and that is why they are one of the best teams in baseball.
Ibanez will be walked intentionally with first base open to pitch to Pedro Feliz, the right-handed batter. Joe Torre's Dodgers, who pulled 1 out last night when it appeared the game was in the back pocket of the Phillies. And this one was developing as if this was going to be a low-scoring, but Dodger close win.
Well, you know, you're right. The Dodgers absolutely pulled one out last night, but they also, it was handed to them, and that Pedro Feliz made the error that allowed Andre Ethier to come to the plate and hit that big 2-run scoring RBI to win the game. You know, so the Dodgers, I think right now, you know, offensively, they haven't been able to produce runs as of late. And again, you're looking at a game, you know, we've got 1 run today. You know, last night with 2 runs in the last inning. You know, I mean, nothing the day before.
You know, if they had not scored more than 2 and they did, winning 4-3, they would have been on the brink of scoring 2 runs or fewer in 7 times in the last 9 games. And that just doesn't get it done. So the Phillies trying to add to their lead now with Utley at second base, Ibanez at first. Feliz has singled his last 2 times up. And good stop made by Martin, preventing that ball from getting through. And the count 1-0.
Well, that's a great effort right there by Russell Martin. You see him sliding out there, trying to get down.
There have been 2 wild pitches in this game, both in the same inning back in the 6th. So 1-0 the count with 2 away. Feliz 2 for 3 and scored one of the 2 runs. Matt Stairs with the big pinch hit single, giving the Phillies the lead last inning. 1-1. Brundtland would be the on-deck batter if Feliz can keep it alive. Ground ball, third base. Loretta lost it for the moment. The throw in time, and that'll end it. So the Phillies leave a runner at second and first. With natural sugar for a limited time only. By AT&T, your world delivered. And by One A Day Men's, the official multivitamin of MLB, specially formulated to support prostate health. Ryan Madson is on for the Phillies. He is their 4th pitcher of the game. 2-1 with a 2.39 earned run average, and the first pitch taken for a ball by Andre Ethier.
And he really emerged last year as a guy that had an opportunity to close with some injuries. He had an opportunity to build some confidence.
And fouled at the plate, and Ethier, who gave the Dodgers their lead in the 4th inning. And last year, Madsen was the winner in the 4th game of the NLCS right here at Dodger Stadium as Matt Stairs hit that booming home run. And the Phillies rallied to beat the Dodgers 7-5. He attended Valley View High School in Moreno Valley, just 65 miles east of Dodger Stadium. Pitches down low, 2-1.
Well, he's got a live arm. He's tall, so he's got an angle when he's facing the hitter. A lot of movement on the fastball.
Here's the 2-1 from Madsen. Fouled out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Phillies lead it 2-1. And now it's the bullpens to decide this game and whether the Dodgers can eke out another grinded out win. Joe Blanton started for the Phillies. Gave up a run. Home run to Ethier. Condrey pitched the 1/3 of an inning and Romero 2/3 of an inning. And the pitch fouled at the plate. Unable to hold on to it was Coast. Still 2-2.
Well, and this is the thing when you talk about the Dodgers and the power, lack of power right now. You got the 3, 4, and 5 hitters in your lineup coming up. Andre Ethier, he has 8 home runs. But your 4 and 5 have a combined 2 and you're 1 run down.
And now the count rides full, 3-2, and the Dodgers trying to get the tying run aboard, leading off here in the 8th inning. They were able to do it. With 2 out last inning, and the pitch fouled back, still 3-2. Ethier 1 for 3, struck out the other 2 times. He was at the plate. His home run was his 8th of the year.
Well, again, Madsen and a guy like Brad Lidge with the Phillies as well. Those aren't guys you're going to put 4 or 5 hits together. Now, granted, they may make some errors or walk some people, but very tough to string hits together against those guys.
Payoff pitch, ball 4, and Ethier is on. Leadoff walk, and the Dodgers have the tying run at first with Russell Martin coming to the plate. And here is today's Smirnoff Ice game summary. Kuroda with 6 shutout innings. And the Phillies, 3, 4, 5 hitters have not delivered, but Matt Stairs certainly did as a pinch hitter.
Yeah, for me, the starters today were awesome. Kuroda threw a great ball game. Blanton threw exceptionally well, only made 1 bad pitch. Not a lot of offense today. The big blow, as you mentioned, the Matt Stairs.
In the pitcher's game. Here's Martin with a big cut and a miss. Strike 1. Russell Martin walked his last time up. 0 for 2 officially. Chan Ho Park and Jack Tashner both are warming up in the Phillies bullpen. The 0-1 to Martin. Big swing and a foul tip into Costa's glove. And quickly, Madsen is ahead of Martin, 0-2 with James Loney on deck. There is Park, the right-hander, Tashner, the southpaw. This is the 3rd game of this 4-game series. Teams split the first 2. And the Phillies have not lost a road series all year. Foul back. That's pretty amazing. You get to June, Eric, and you have not lost a series on the road. And
you talk about Charlie Manuel, his leadership. But I also think that, this ball club, this Philly ball club, what they've experienced the last few years, whether it was chasing down the Mets, whether it was winning a World Series, they believe that they can do a lot of things. And it's not only believing it, but they have the experience to back it up. That's why I believe they've done so well on the road.
Time out.
Time called, and Coast will go to the mound. On the other side of the coin, the Phillies are 2 games under 500 at home, and you got to think that's going to change.
Well, over the course of the season, obviously, you've got your ups and downs, your ebbs and flows, and I think they will be over 500 at home. But, a lot of that, too, is, the aftermath of celebrating the World Championship, the things at the beginning of the year, the ceremonies.
No balls, 2 strikes to Russell Martin. And it's 1-2. Pitch high and tight to him. Dodgers with the tying run at first base, Andre Ethier with a leadoff walk. And Ryan Madson, the fourth pitcher. Blanton started. Condrey and Romero both pitched last inning. And the pitch well inside, 2-2. Dodgers have Jonathan Broxton up in their bullpen, hoping for the best at the plate. There's Broxton, who's been lights out so far this year. 2-2 from Madson. And it's in the air to right field. Jason Worth making the play for out number one as Ethier goes back to first base, setting it up for James Loney. And Loney has been nothing but perfect in today's game. He has singled all 3 times he's been up.
As you mentioned, all singles, but right now the Dodgers are in a situation they need something in the gap. You know, something that can get Ethier home. Again, we talk about the power, lack of power from the Dodgers. And we're looking at 4 and 5 hitters right now up. Russell Martin and now James Loney, a combined 2 home runs.
Martin with no homers. Ethier hit his 8th. Blake not playing, has 9 to lead the club. And waving at it weakly is Loney, strike 1. Loney is 2 for 6 in his time facing Ryan Madson. Here's the 0-1. On the corner, fastball, strike 2. Good pitch by Ryan Madson.
Well, and Madson has the type of stuff. He has dominant stuff. And when you fall behind 0-2 as a hitter, you know, I mean, you're basically at his mercy. You have to hope he makes a mistake.
0-2 pitch. It's lifted out to left field, but Ibanez is there to make the catch for out number 2. So Madson settling down nicely after that leadoff walk by Ethier, getting Martin and Loney, leaving it into the hands of Matt Kemp. 0 for 3 today, and looking at what may be his last opportunity to extend his hitting streak to 11 games. So here's Ryan Madson from east of LA in Moreno Valley in his 7th season. 28-year-old right-hander trying to halt the Dodgers here in the bottom of the 8th inning and preserve a 2-1 lead, and a big cut on a fastball, strike 1.
But I like that approach. Matt Kemp has the ability to hit the ball out of the park. He's aggressive. He sees a good fastball. He takes a big cut.
And he has a home run against Madson. 3 for 7. He's had some success against Ryan. That pitch is up high, 1-1. So Madson has gotten the Dodgers to hit the ball in the air. Easy flies since Ethier's walk. And there's a strike, and not liking that one bit is Matt Kemp. 1-2.
Well, I think Matty thought that was a bit up, but again, it's a fastball and a 1-1 count. You've got to be looking for something that you can drive. That's a hittable pitch. But now you've got yourself in the hole. And as I said, facing a guy like Madson when you're 0-2 or 1-2, you've got to beg he makes a mistake.
Time called at the plate. Mark Loretta would be the on-deck hitter for the Dodgers.
You know, here I think Madson goes up in the zone with a good hard fastball or a breaking ball out of the zone.
And keeping Ethier close by with Howard holding him on. Phillies 32-21, coming in with a 3-game lead over the Mets, having won 16 of 21. And their 7-game winning streak snapped last night, trying to start a new one today. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Matt Kemp. Fouls it back.
You see Chris Coste, the catcher, almost standing up right there, wanting the high fastball out of the zone, because even if Matt Kemp gets to it, he'll probably pop it up. You know, 95, 96 mile an hour up in the zone. Very tough to get on top of. You see Chris starting to stand up a little bit. He wants something elevated.
Timeout.
Home plate umpire Mike Winters wearing the microphone, as you might have sensed throughout this afternoon, and it adds something to the game, no question about it. That's low and in the dirt. Coast keeping in front of him, and the count is 2-2. Kemp with 30 runs batted in on the year, facing Ryan Matson, who was the 9th round pick by the Phillies back in 1998. Joe Torre's Dodgers trying to get to 20 over 500 for the first time this year. Twice they've gotten to where they are at 19 above. Here's the 2-2. Close but low. Full count. And with the count 3-2 and 2 out, Ethier will be off on the pitch.
Got to go upstairs with a high fastball out of the zone and use Kemp's aggressiveness against him. A young hitter in an important situation will probably expand the zone.
So now Howard moving back, playing behind the runner. 3-2, 2 out. There goes Ethier. Payoff pitch, and we'll do it again.
He went with the fastball right there. Not really sure about the location on that spot. Very hittable.
And as you look closer to the happenings in this game, some of the great defensive plays made, Orlando Hudson, and how about the pickoff when Castro was picked off in the 7th inning, and the Dodgers, after Hoffman's pinch single, could have been in a tie score position right there. Again, we'll go to work. 3-2. 2 down, and Ethier ready to move. There he goes, and strike 3. Kemp strikes out, and that'll do it. And it remains 2-1 Phillies as we go to the 9th. Andre Ethier's home run in the 4th, and then Matt Stairs pinch hit single, knocking in 2 runs in the 7th. And the first pitch to Eric Bruntlett from Ramon Troncoso is in for a strike. It'll be Bruntlett and Chris Coast and the pitcher spot. And Brad Lidge is warming up in the bullpen, so we will see likely a pinch hitter in the 3rd position. 1-1 the count to Bruntlett. who is 0 for 1 officially, has walked in sacrifice. Did he go around? Yes, he did. Actually, foul tipped it into Martin's glove, and it's 1-2.
Well, Troncoso, a lot of movement on that fastball, running into right-handers. When he goes with the off-speed, the slider, obviously running away from the right-handed hitter. But very difficult when you're up at the plate. You know, hard enough to hit it when it's straight, let alone when it's moving at 90 miles an hour.
1-2 to Brundtland, and did not swing. Tony Randazzo indicating that, so the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Troncoso coming in last inning, giving up a double to Utley with 1 out, and after Ibanez was walked intentionally, got Phillies to end the inning.
Now you see Casey Blake there trying to talk Joe Torre and Bob Schaefer into maybe getting an at-bat in the 9th. Getting the day off today. He didn't have a lot of success against Joe Blanton historically. And
hardly. Try 1 for 21.
Well, that just means he was due. he was going to get a hit.
That's what he thought. Of course, it was Blake who really, with 2 out and 2 strikes, got the base hit that started really the Dodgers rally in the 9th inning, and they got the 2 runs. There's a shot hit out to left field. Juan Pierre moving over, and Brundtland's retired for out number 1. Well, earlier this morning at a news conference, the Dodgers and the U.S. Postal Service, along with officials from the city of Los Angeles, announced that Dodgertown, California, has a new zip code of 90090. Postmaster even threw out the ceremonial first pitch, and the Dodgers will tell you that while some of the iconic stadiums around the country are being torn down, this one is being preserved, and the whole city coming together to help keep it around and relevant.
Yeah, well, you had Beverly Hills 90210. Now you've got Dodgertown 90090. You know, looking back at that throwing out the pitch there, you think the postmaster got that in the same zip code? That thing wasn't even close.
That's Mark Anderson, so let's give him some credit for that.
I'll give him a credit for effort.
Okay. Coast the batter, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike, hitting .235. 2 homers and 7 runs batted in. Came into the game in the bottom of the 7th inning after Greg Dobbs had pinch hit for Carlos Ruiz. Fouls it off, and the count 1-2. Well, the Phillies have only one other non-pitcher, and as you see, Charlie Manuel looking at his score sheet, that's Jimmy Rollins, and Rollins is on deck and will pinch hit for Ryan Madsen as Brad Lidge getting set. So Rollins will be coming on. Another pitch down low. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Coast. Dodgers had Hiroki Kuroda work 6 scoreless innings today. Ronald Belisario, who would be the pitcher of record, gave up the 2 runs, and Troncoso to follow. Bases are empty, 1 out. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's grounded to the left side of the infield. Castro, and there are 2 down to Jimmy Rollins. Well, we know about Jamie Moyer's 250th, but how about Randy Johnson's 300th victory, Eric?
Well, absolutely amazing at his age, you know, to still be pitching and still be pitching effectively. But, you know, for me, having had an opportunity to face him, probably the toughest pitcher I've ever had to face.
Why was that?
Well, when you got a 98 mile an hour fastball and a 91, 92 mile an hour slider, that's tough to hit. And plus, you're 6'10". And you know what was interesting is you knew as a hitter, you knew what was coming. Randy Johnson would tip his pitches, and you know when the slider was coming, when the fastball. And even when you knew it was coming, still didn't matter.
Here it comes. Right?
I mean, you talk about a dominance, four straight Cy Young awards. You know, I'd argue that was one of the greatest signings in baseball history, the Arizona Diamondbacks signing Randy Johnson.
No question. Rollins fouls it off. No balls and 2 strikes. So Jimmy Rollins hitting .219, coming in with 3 homers and 18 runs batted in. Big week for Randy Johnson. Ken Rosenthal.
And a lot of talk about, will there be another 300-game winner? Well, Randy Johnson put it really well the other night. He said, hey, I'm only 211 wins from Cy Young.
And 250 wins for 46-year-old Jamie Moyer. And Jamie Moyer headed for the victory last night, gave up 1 hit in the first 5 innings. And, of course, we know about the Dodgers' rally in the ninth. And there's a guy who was sent down to the minor leagues. Came back, sent down again, and came back in 250. There's a line shot. Hudson makes the catch to retire the side. So Rollins is retired. The Dodgers will come up in the bottom of the 9th inning, trailing 2-1. sends it into extra innings, and Rafael Furcal replaces Juan Castro at shortstop, and Jonathan Broxton is on the mound. Broxton, with 13 saves and 15 opportunities, earned his 6th win last night, and striking out the side. He is 6-0 with a 1.29 earned run average.
Well, he's the definition of a power pitcher. He's going to come at you with a fastball in the high 90s. Good slider, not afraid to come in and intimidate you, go on the inside part of the plate. And he's really emerged as the closer this year. I mean, he didn't have that role last year. I mean, Saito, it was his role. Saito was injured. Broxton filled in. But he was given the role this year and has run with it.
Shane Victorino, top of the order for the Phillies here in the 10th inning, takes a fastball for a strike. Victorino 3 for 5 against Broxton. He'll be followed by Jason Worth and Chase Utley. No balls, 2 strikes.
Well, Broxton came in yesterday and pitched, faced Chase Utley, Ryan Howard, and Raul Ibanez. Struck all 3 of them out. All left-handed hitters.
This is really a tug-of-war battle between these two top teams in baseball record-wise and in a lot of other categories. Foul ball off to the side. No balls and 2 strikes. Jason Worth on deck and Chase Utley to follow. 4 pitchers working for the Dodgers today. Kuroda worked the first 6, didn't give up a run. Belisario gave up the 2 runs. Then it was Troncoso and now Broxton. And striking out is Victorino for out number 1, bringing up Jason Worth. And Chris Rose, you were close enough to hear Jason Worth talk about that play in which he very nearly got that home run ball from Furcal.
Yeah, Dick, Jason Worth was telling his teammates that he actually jumped back into the fence instead of straight up, and he feels like it caught the top part of his mitt, but that he didn't have the best angle at it, and so instead of jumping straight up, he kind of went back into the sign in the fence, and maybe that is what prevented him from keeping the ball in the yard. Dick?
All right, Chris, good reporting, and of course, you know, he hit his arm against the fence, and so his glove wasn't going maybe as back as it could have. I don't know, you know better.
Well, you know, that's the thing. Looking at it, it looked like the fence almost impeded his arm being able to extend outward and beyond the fence. Again, that's sometimes when you get too close to the fence and you jump, it's like almost jumping and just hitting your head. You just stop. That's what it looked like happened to Jason Worth.
And Worth, the batter right now, taking call, strike, 1-1. Worth 1 for 4 today with a single. Jonathan Broxton from Waynesboro, Georgia, 24-year-old, weighs in the high 200s, very high. And it's lined to right field, and coming on to make the play is Ethier for the second out. Well, baseball's biggest stars go head-to-head for one spectacular night in the summer's biggest event as Fox brings you every thrilling moment of the 2009 MLB All-Star Game. Coverage begins Tuesday, July 14th, live from St. Louis at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, only on Fox.
You going to watch that?
Never. I hate to tell you how far back I've gone watching All-Star games. A lot of years, and this will be no exception. Always something special about Major League Baseball's midsummer.
Well, and especially in St. Louis.
Mm-hmm. Here's Chase Utley with 2 down. Brockton's first pitch missing, ball 1. Utley and Orlando Hudson 1-2 in the voting for the second baseman for the National League.
Well, it's more like 1 and then 2.
But tell you what, it's
1-2. You're right, but it's, you know, Chase Utley, obviously the more popular player.
Hudson, an All-Star a couple of years ago. That pitch is missing outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Scott Air who has announced that he's going to retire after this season, warming up in the Phillies bullpen. There is Ethier. 2-0 the count to Utley, trying to get on board with Ryan Howard on deck. See if the Phillies can manufacture some late inning magic of their own, as the Dodgers did. We're in the top of the 10th inning, all tied 2 apiece. Two and one on the foul ball. Utley 2 for 5 against Broxton. And if you're wondering about Howard, who is on deck, Ryan Howard is 0 for 7 against the big right-hander. Bases are empty, 2 balls and a strike. Normal shift for Utley, way around to the right. And the count is even 2-2. There you see for Call playing almost behind second base, and Hudson a few steps on the outfield grass.
You saw that last pitch by Broxton, that hard slider down and into the lefty, just disappears under their hands, and that's what he's been able to strike out a number of the left-handed hitters with.
Crowd looking for the strikeout. And a looper into short left field. And this one may drop, and it is just foul. And talk about foul by inches. That was the case there.
Yeah, it would have played into a double as well. Again, Broxton going with the fastball. You see both these teams evenly matched when it comes to extra innings.
Tail of the tape.
Tail of the tape.
This has been a heavyweight rivalry, really, dating back to the NLCS and this year, where the Dodgers have won 3 of the first 5, and a lot of nip and tuck games. Great pitching performances. Cole Hamels with a shutout. Matt Stairs with the big pinch hit single, knocking in 2 runs to give the Phillies the lead, only to see Call hit a pinch home run in the ninth. Here's the 2-2. Full count now to Chase Utley.
Yeah, he went with that breaking ball down and in. You know, that's not your average breaking ball. It's a slider at close to 90 miles an hour.
Nothing's come easy for the Dodgers this year, even though you look at their bloated record and an 8-game lead over the Giants. 38-19. But they've had to really work for it. Here's the payoff pitch to Chase Utley. And he's out.
That hit him. That hit him. That hit him in the leg. That hit him in the leg.
And it's a strikeout, so Broxton strikes out 2 of the 3 batters he faces. Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 10th inning in a 2-2 game. And we'll be back after a word from your local Fox station. Of the 10th.
Well, this last pitch hits Chase Utley flush in the shin. He swings and misses, and if he doesn't swing that ball, that's a hit by pitch, ball 4. Watch this. Look at this. This is one of the best hitters in the game, okay? And that tells you what kind of stuff Jonathan Broxton has. I'll tell you, the most amazing thing is his way to get out of the box and not limp down to first.
Scott Air is on for the Phillies. And the first pitch is a strike. Scott Air, 37-year-old from Bradenton, Florida. 13th year in the Major League, second with the Phillies. Pitched an inning Monday at San Diego. And facing Orlando Hudson, the switch hitter. And a line shot, base hit to left field. Ibanez recovers, and Orlando Hudson is on at first base, the potential winning run. Hudson's first hit of the game, and he was 0 for 14, ending a long slump in a much-needed base hit with Andre Ethier coming up. Ethier with a home run in the 4th inning to account for the first Dodger run, and it stood up until the Phillies got 2 in the 7th. And had the 2-1 lead before Furcall's pinch home run with 1 out in the 9th inning, and that's where we are. Ethier 1 for 3 with the home run and a walk. Now with 8 homers and 34 runs batted in. So winning run with the lead at first. And Hudson with 4 stolen bases this year has not been caught. Phillies bullpen activity. Right-hander Chad Durbin is up and working. Spell it out any way you want to spell it. That's the target for the Dodger right fielder. Good pitch and a miss, 0-1.
Well, and this is where Ethier, as a hitter, has to try to think and channel himself to go to left center. Don't try and pull the ball against Scott Air. Air will throw that slider. You try to yank it to right field, you're going to hit it off the end of the bat. Think left center.
Going to say you can see 2 for 3 with a home run against the left-hander. And trying to keep Orlando Hudson close. We're in the bottom of the 10th inning, and the Dodgers and the Phillies all tied 2-2. And on deck is Russell Martin. No balls, 2 strikes to Ethier.
Well, and he's gone with 2 off-speed pitches, and both of them Andre Ethier out in front. And again, sure, you want to pull the ball maybe through that hole because there's a runner on first, the first baseman holding him on. But you've got to think going the other way.
Hudson held on by Ryan Howard. And the waste pitch is low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Air acquired last August in a trade with the Cubs and went 3-0 with the Phillies in 19 appearances. And an earned run average of 1.88. In fact, this year on May 8th, lost to the Mets. It was his first loss in 2 years. And he's done well here at Dodger Stadium. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Andre Ethier. Hudson with the lead goes back. And Hudson not sure how to read Air.
Well, but what he's doing over there is he's creating a distraction. When Air goes over there, I mean, for me as a hitter, then I'm thinking, okay, he's trying to keep Hudson close because he wants to throw a breaking ball. If I'm Ethier, I'm sitting looking the other way.
And a line drive, and that's going to drop in front of Jason Worth. Hudson will stop at second. So back-to-back singles by Hudson and Ethier and the Dodgers with runners at first and second, nobody out here in the 10th.
And a good job by Ethier right there, because anytime Air is going over to first base to keep Hudson close, he's basically telling everybody, look, I want to throw an off-speed pitch. I don't want Hudson to get a good jump or a good break. He threw an off-speed pitch right there. Ethier stayed with it and just drove the ball to right field.
So Ethier with 2 hits, a home run and a single, and a conference on the mound as Russell Martin comes to the plate. Dodgers trying to win it here in the 10th inning. Brad Lidge tried to save it in the 9th, but gave up the home run to Furcall, blowing his 6th save of the year.
Well, right now, Russell Martin's got one thing to do. I mean, the bottom line is he's hitting 4th in the lineup, so you think, oh, well, your 4th hitter. 4th hitter is bunting right here. He has got to bunt.
Especially with Loney and Kemp to follow.
Absolutely.
So Russell by no means is the last of the threats to come up for the Dodgers here. Howard playing a few steps in at first. And Phillies even with the bag at third. And the bunt attempt is made for strike 1. And Jimmy Rollins keeping close watch at second base to the most important runner, of course, which is Orlando Hudson.
Well, and the Phillies have to be cognizant of Hudson. You know, not just worry about Russell Martin and bunting, because Hudson can take off. He's got that ability. He's got that speed.
And Phillies at third doesn't want to charge too much because the Dodgers would be looking to get the lead runner there, if possible. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Outside, 1-1. Martin is 0 for 3 and walked once. Checking with Larry Boa. So we got Larry Boa, who had a great career with the Phillies, including that as a manager, coaching third for the Dodgers, and Davey Lopes, who was a fixture at second base for the Dodgers, coaching at first for the Phillies. Important runner is Hudson. Fastball strike. 1-2 now to Martin, and so the bunt attempt and the sacrifice possibility diminishes greatly here.
Well, a little surprised that Joe Torre took the bunt off 0-1, but feeling that Russell's got a better chance of putting the ball in play or getting a base hit than he does putting down the sacrifice.
He's 0 for his last 11, 1 for his last 17. And Martin takes low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. High drama here at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles as the leaders in the National League East, the Phillies, against the leaders in the National League West. Dodgers and Phillies 1-2 in record in the big leagues. Here's the 2-2 pitch off the fist and fouled off. And Martin protecting the plate nicely there.
Well, Chris Visser, our crack statistician up here, just gave me a note. You know, Russell Martin has only 1 sacrifice bunt in his career, and he did that as a rookie. So that's one of the reasons. I mean, sure, you're sitting at home and you're saying, put the bunt down. I'm sitting up here, I'm saying, put the bunt down. But you don't ask a guy to do something that he's not good at.
And how many times has he practiced it?
Well, that's it. You know, you're always doing that in the cages, but the reality is, as you just said, he hasn't done it. He hasn't practiced it. So take your chances with him swinging the bat.
Hudson with the lead at second, and a good lead at second it is. Here is Ayers' 2-2 pitch fouled back, and Martin was right on that fastball from Scott Ayers.
You know, this is one of those at-bats, too, where if he does get a hit, the confidence rises. He'll sleep well tonight. He'll feel good about himself. But if he doesn't do the job, just goes down deeper.
Again, the 2-2 and a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And a huge pitch coming up right now for the veteran Scott Ayers. A walk to Martin with Loney on deck. And the Dodgers would have the winning run at third with nobody out. And a whole host of things could happen then. Here's the payoff pitch. Strike 3. A fastball, and Martin was on his way to first. A big strikeout for Scott Ayers for out number 1.
Well, Martin just got fooled, looking for something away, and Ayers makes a pitcher's pitch. On the inner half and right at the knees. Not much that Russell could do with that at all.
So Martin goes back to the dugout, and James Loney comes up. Loney singled his first 3 times to the plate before flying out to Ibanez his last time. So Loney, who leads the Dodgers with 42 runs batted in, as Martin mulls over the big possibility on 3-2. First and second, 1 out, and the breaking ball is outside, ball 1. Matt Kemp moves to the on-deck circle.
You know, if you're James Loney, you had to have watched the way they approached Andre Ethier. And they continued to go after him with a steady diet of breaking balls.
And that misses away. 2 balls, no strikes.
Right now he's seen an off-speed pitch and a fastball, both away.
For what it's worth, James Loney is hitting .406 with runners in scoring position in less than 2 outs. So the table is set for Loney and what he has done this year. Swings and misses behind that pitch. Foul tipped it actually into the glove of Chris Coast, and it's 2-1.
Well, a good cut, a good pitch to offer at. 2-0 right down the middle. Got to go after it.
Well, it's been eons since Joe Blanton and Hiroki Kuroda took the mound to start this game. Both pitched well. 2-2 the score. And a line drive to left field. Ibanez back, makes the one-handed catch for out number 2. And going back to second is Orlando Hudson. Ethier to first and leaves it into the hands of Matt Kemp.
Well, you see Russell shaking his head right there. He knows if he had done his job, that right there is a sacrifice fly, game over.
So Loney's retired, and conference of the mound. In fact, coming out of the dugout is Charlie Manuel. Chad Durbin would be ready for the Phillies if Manuel goes that way, with Kemp coming up. And that'll be it. Air settles down after giving up a couple of singles, and so we'll have another pitcher, Chad Durbin, coming in for Philadelphia. Seventh pitcher of the day for the Phillies, Chad Durbin, who last pitched Tuesday at San Diego. This is his 27th appearance of the year, an ERA of 4.23, and not an impressive strikeout walk ratio.
No, not this year, and he was very effective last year. This guy was a former starter with the Detroit Tigers, and last year used quite a bit and very effective. This year just has not been able to get in any type of rhythm. He'll be asked, though, to go after Matt Kemp.
Well, we have more broadcasters than they have in the game to use off the bench. Dick Stockton, Eric Karros, Ken Rosenthal, Chris Rose. Phillies have only Chan Ho Park and Jack Tashner left in the bullpen. Phillies have no one on the bench, and only Brad Ausmus left for the Dodgers. So there is Air, who settled down after giving up 2 hits, and now it's Durbin against Kemp. Kemp today is 0 for 4, struck out his last time, and 0 for 3 in his career against Durbin. One ball, no strikes. And as the day goes on, it's cooler, more cloudy here in Los Angeles. There's a strike. 1-1.
A good location, Chad Durbin right there on the outer half of the plate. Good movement. Not a lot of velocity. He's a high 80s guy. A lot of movement, hits the corners, deceptive.
1-1 pitch fouled back on the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Matt Kemp. So Kemp with another opportunity to extend his hitting streak, has hit in 10 straight. And Chad Durbin trying to end things here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Team with the best home record in the majors against the team with the best road record. Squaring off today. Here's the 1-2. Strike 3. Check swing on the outside corner. And Kemp with a few words for Mike Winters. Well, we apologize for that remark, but that's what we might.
Let's go, baby.
Leo. Sears, home of the Blue Appliance Crew. Appliance is their middle name. Think Blue, and here at Dodger Town, they have a new zip code here. All the fans here think Blue, and the Dodgers locked in a playoff style game against the Phillies. Corey Wade making his 20th appearance of the year. Has 4 blown saves in his 4 save opportunities. This, of course, is not a save opportunity. Faced the Phillies on Thursday, gave up a run on 2 hits and walked a batter in 2/3 of an inning, and has to face, well, none other than Ryan Howard, Raul Ibanez, and Pedro Feliz here in the top of the 11th inning of a 2-2 game.
Yeah, no easy task. And last year he was the 8th inning setup guy, Corey Wade was. This year he struggled a bit, spent some time on the disabled list, but Ryan Howard, Ibanez, and Feliz.
And the breaking pitch way ahead of that for a strike. Now Mark Loretta is playing second base to the right of the bag, and Furcal is to the left of the bag. And Orlando Hudson is playing on the outfield grass. There's a call strike. 0-2 to Ryan Howard. So Corey Wade gets ahead of the big guy. There you see Hudson, who has really had a superb game in the field, handling everything. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Hit in the air to center field. Going back is Matt Kemp. Way back. Kemp makes the catch on the warning track on the base of the wall. And Ryan Howard sent that deep to straightaway center. One away here in the top of the 11th.
Matt Kemp does a nice job getting a good break on it and then knowing where the outfield wall is. Made some nice plays yesterday. Ran down a Ryan Howard fly ball as well. Here he had a few more feet.
So with one out, and for Ryan Howard, an 0 for 5 game. Here is Raul Ibanez, and he takes a call strike. Ibanez 1 for 3 with a single and a walk and a run scored. Dodgers getting their 2 runs on home runs. Phillies on a pinch hit single. That's a strike. Good pitching by Corey Wade, who came back from the disabled list on April 30th with shoulder bursitis. Very effective last year in his rookie season in 55 games. Trying to turn it around. 0-2 pitch, high and inside, and it's 1-2. Chan Ho Park in the bullpen for Philadelphia. Phillies have used 7 pitchers. Out of play, 1-2. And on this day with the Clouds, we talked about Maury Wills, the anniversary of his debut. How about D-Day? 65 years ago, Operation Overlord. The Normandy invasion. And remember the islands, Juneau, Gold, Omaha, and Normandy. One of the great days in American history. And a day to tip your hat and salute all of those. And if you have relatives that were part of the D-Day invasion, our thanks. Two balls and 2 strikes to Ibanez. Raul Ibanez came over from Seattle and has been a terror at the plate. Second in the league in home runs. Fouls it off. First in runs batted in with 54. And 9th in hitting. Pretty good work.
Yeah, that doesn't even talk about the glove work. You know, we talked about, you know, the play he made earlier today, that coming in diving, making a backhanded stab.
2-2 to Ibanez. And it's rolled to Hudson. And there are 2 down. Chris Rose, I know you have a game break somewhere.
That's right, Dick. A DirecTV game break at that. The Bigs' worst team off to a nice little start. Adam Dunn is 17th of the year, a 2-run shot. Nats lead the Mets 3-0. That one has moved on to the 4th inning. Remember to follow your favorite out-of-market team only on DirecTV. And Caros, cancel those 6 o'clock dinner reservations.
Man, oh man. Where are you right now? You still in the stadium here? There you are.
Pedro, he might have had it delivered, his dinner. Here's Phillies taking a breaking pitch for a strike. Phillies 2 for 4 today. And
timeout.
Scored one of the 2 runs. And Joe Torre's quickly going to the mound, and no one warming up in the Dodger bullpen. Interesting discussion on pitching the Phillies with 2 out and nobody on, Eric.
Well, and that's because, you know, you've got the pitcher on deck. You've got a situation where they don't really have anybody left on the bench. They've got Chan Ho Park coming in. So he's just reminding him to be very careful with Phillies, because you don't want to make a mistake to him and have him. He does have the potential to hit it out of the park.
All right, now let's check in with Chris Rose.
Yeah, guys, Chad Durbin is on the on-deck circle, but Cole Hamels, last year's World Series MVP, has grabbed a bat in the dugout as well. It actually has a helmet on. He was wearing his tennis shoes, just kind of kicking back for most of the day, like a starting pitcher would, who's not pitching, but he had to run in and get his cleats. He's suited up. He's actually a baseball player today.
Chris, a game like this, everyone better be ready.
I'm ready too, Nick, if you need me.
Well, we have, and you've delivered.
Well, that's questionable.
1 ball and 1 strike. 2 Phillies with 2 out. And lifted in the air. Center field, Kemp calling for it, and that'll do it. A 1-2-3 inning for Corey Wade. So the Dodgers, with a chance to win, will come up in the bottom half of the 11th. These two division leaders as we move to the bottom of the 11th inning, and Mark Loretta will lead off against Chad Durbin. Durbin got Matt Kemp on a called third strike to end the Dodgers bid in the bottom of the 10th inning after leadoff singles by Hudson and Ethier. Air retired Martin and Loney, and Kemp set down by Durbin, so he's out again. Facing Loretta, who is 0 for 4, takes a strike. Jeff Weaver has gotten up in the Dodger bullpen. The 0-1 pitch misses. Third baseman Pedro Feliz is just a couple of steps off the bag, guarding the line at third for the extra base possibility. And deep outfield, not playing deep in center and right. The ball is hit to center field, but Victorino with good speed gets back there and makes the catch. And Mark Loretta is retired for out number 1.
Well, this is a costly mistake for the Dodgers. First and second, Juan Castro gets picked off at second, and then with runners on first and second, Russell Martin, unable to get the bunt down, ends up striking out. James Loney drives the ball to deep left. Ibanez runs it down. Would have been a sacrifice fly if Martin would have been able to get the runners over. And then Matt Kemp, on a perfectly executed pitch, ends up striking out. Dodgers have had some missed opportunities.
Well, not when Furcal came up. Certainly wasn't missed there with a one-out pinch hit home run in the 9th inning to tie the game. Strike 1 to Furcal. Switch hitter with his first major league pinch hit home run. Takes outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Brad Ausmus has grabbed the bat, and he's in the on-deck circle for the Dodgers. He is the last non-pitcher that the Dodgers have in this game. Phillies are out of players as well, other than hurlers. It's fouled away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So no extra men for the Phillies, and Ausmus the last one, but they've got some other options, the Dodgers.
Yeah, Randy Wolf can swing the bat a little bit. Sure, he's ready to roll and probably anxious to go hit.
And don't forget Hamels. I'm sure he's gotten the cleats on now. Chris Rose said he wore the tennis shoes before. But Cole Hamels could be a possibility for the Phillies as well. We're tied 2-2, bottom of the 11th inning, 1 out. Chad Durbin. And fouled off by Furcal, and the count is level at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dodgers took a 1-0 lead in the 4th, a 1-out home run by Andre Ethier off of Joe Blanton. And then the Phillies on Matt Stairs' pinch hit single took a 2-1 lead in the 7th inning. This one is bounced to second base, and Utley retires Furcal for the 2nd out. And then the 1-out pinch home run by Furcal in the 9th inning tied it up, and that's where we are. So there are 2 down, and Corey Wade will come to the plate, and Ausmus would have come up had Furcal reached base. Wade 0 for 1 this year. Takes a call strike.
Well, what this does is it allows Corey Wade to go back out there for the next inning. It also saves Brad Ausmus. You're not going to use Ausmus in a situation where you're looking for a home run. So you'll still have that luxury of having one bench player. If somebody may be on, then you would have used him.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Score is tied 2-2. The Dodgers have out hit the Phillies 11-6 and have committed the only error, throwing error by Russell Martin. Getting a piece of it is Wade. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Wade, the 5th Dodger pitcher of the day. Kuroda, Belisario, Troncoso, and Broxton preceded him. Gets a piece of this one and fouls it off. And look at the big ricochet that ball took when it hit the stands. Here's the 1-2. Strike 3, and a 1-2-3 inning for Chad Durbin, who's retired all 4 batters he's faced. We go to the 12th, even at 2 apiece. Dodger Stadium, Dick Stockton, Eric Karros, Ken Rosenthal, and Chris Rose, and Corey Wade coming out for another inning. And it'll be Durbin hitting for himself, 1 for 3. Strike one to Durbin.
Well, it's like now you're almost playing for position right now. You're not trying to win the game this inning. You're looking at, okay, look at, maybe we can get by another 1 or 2 innings. I can get the lineup around. I still got some options in the bullpen. Not often you're going to send a pitcher to lead off an inning of an extra inning ball game.
Charlie Manuel led the Phillies to postseasons the last 2 years and heading for a third. Ground ball hit to Hudson, and Durbin, getting his bat on the ball, makes the play for the first out. And Chris Coast, who went in behind the plate after Dobbs pinch hit for Ruiz in the 7th inning. Coast 0 for 1. There's Ryan Howard. He says, well, maybe one more opportunity, a 6th at bat, if it goes that far. So Jimmy Rollins is on deck. 1 out here in the top of the 12th inning. Strike one. Chris Coast with a career high 9 home runs last year. 36-year-old has spent a lot of his career in the minor leagues and gets a piece of that one in the count 0-2.
Well, now when you get to this part of the game, guys are going up there and trying to end it on one swing. Start to expand your zone, swing a little harder.
Wade ahead of Coast 0-2, and it's up high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Corey Wade from Ogden, Utah, 25-year-old. Took the loss in the 4th game of last year's NLCS, but he gave up a 2-run home run to Shane Victorino. And then Matt Stairs followed with his blast off of Jonathan Broxton. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Coast. Strike 3, called 3rd strike. And there are 2 gone here in the 12th. And that will bring up Jimmy Rollins. Rollins hit the ball hard. It was snared by Hudson in the 9th inning. And the Phillies have not had a base runner since Ibanez drew the intentional walk in the 8th inning. They were retired in order in the 9th, 10th, and 11th. And there are 2 down here in the 12th. Switch hitting Rollins swings at the first pitch and pops it up. And it's Orlando Hudson signaling everyone away. Makes the catch, and a quick inning for Corey Wade. 1-2-3 inning. 12 set down by the Dodgers. As the Dodgers and Phillies battling it on, and the bottom of the 12th inning, the top of the order, Juan Pierre against Chad Durbin takes a call strike. Pierre is 1 for 5, singled back in the 7th inning. And off the fist to right field, but coming on and making the play is Jason Worth for out number 1. Here is the scoring today, and it was Andre Ethier with a 1-out home run deep into the right field bleachers to make it 1-0. In the 7th inning, pinch hitter Matt Stairs with a base hit. 2 runs came across, and then in the 9th inning with 1 out, Rafael Furcal pinch hitting tied the game with a home run. Worth nearly got it, but nearly is the operative word, and Furcal's home run tied it, and it's been that way since, as Orlando Hudson, with the count 1-0, fouls it off. Hudson 1 for 5, his last hit, his last at bat, a single to the opposite field in the 10th. So there is the game summary, and for the Phillies, their supporters shaking their heads over the second straight blown save by Brad Lidge, and the 6th of the year for a relief pitcher who was perfect last year in 41 save opportunities.
Well, that's 2 in a row. He blew one last night, though. Again, the Philly defense did not help him last night. But really a well-pitched game. The starters on both sides, Kuroda for the Dodgers, Blanton for the Phillies, excellent jobs. Been some good defense as well. Joe Blanton
worked 6 innings and gave up only the home run to Ethier. Here's the full count pitch, and it's grounded to Utley, and 2 down here in the bottom of the 12th inning. And Andre Ethier, who was the hero last night with the 2-run double to win the game in the 9th inning, homer to give the Dodgers the lead, singled his last at bat, been on base 3 times today, and another chance to be a hero with 2 down here in the 12th.
Well, as a hitter with 2 outs in this situation, you're looking for one specific pitch in one specific spot.
And there's a strike. Durbin getting the first pitch over for a strike. He came on to get Kemp on a called 3rd strike. The Dodgers had the winning run in scoring position. Retired the side in order in the 11th and has the first 2 batters here in the 12th. Durbin from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 31-year-old, has the count 1-1. There's a call, strike 2, 1-2.
Well, and Ethier doesn't offer at either one of those pitches, and the reason for it, he's looking for a pitch to drive out of the park or drive to the gap. Although those are both strikes, they're not pitches that he can drive.
1-2 pitch, sliced foul. Dodgers will be facing Antonio Bastardo, one of the impressive young pitchers for the Phillies tomorrow, who may be a 1-pitch pitcher at this point, but it's pretty solid with the fastball at 95, 96 miles an hour.
They had a real nice start earlier in the week against San Diego. Earned himself a second one tomorrow. Ethier doing a nice job of fighting off those pitches. But that's the Phillies. Bastardo throws tomorrow. J.A. Hopp threw well the other day. You know, their starting pitching has been phenomenal over the last 17, 18 ball games.
2-2 again. Ethier, and they check with the third base umpire Todd Tichenor. Did not go around, so the count is full. In the last 8 road games, the Phillies starting pitchers are 5-0 with a 2.09 earned run average. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Hit into the air to center field. Victorino going back on the track. Victorino leaps and score! Home run, Andre Ethier, and the Dodgers win.